preview show because we were promised an announcement. They said there would be an announcement. Tune in for the announcement. And then there was no announcement. Well, there was, but it had already been announced. So it kind of doesn't really count. So a lot of disappointment yesterday, but we put that behind us. WWE doing their best Tony Khan impression of teasing a big announcement, under-delivering. It's just where wrestling is in the modern world. So we move forward from that and we move into SmackDown. And SmackDown tonight looks pretty good, to be honest. It looks pretty good. Obviously, SmackDown is only 2 hours. So there's a fair bit here for a 2-hour show with some big repercussions for what's coming up. So probably the big thing is that Roman is going to be on the show tonight. And that's massive because even if he just slightly teases anything to do with The Rock, that's going to be huge news. That's going to be massive news, right? Even if he just gives a little look, if someone said something or just anything, that's going to be massive. So I am expecting something. I think they'd be really stupid to just ignore what The Rock said on Monday. And I don't think they'd do that. I'm pretty sure, Roman's here on Friday. I'm pretty sure there's going to be some sort of comeback, some sort of response. Don't know what it's going to look like. Certainly not a challenge or anything. I'll see you at WrestleMania. It's nothing like that, right? Nothing like that. But just a little mention about how maybe people can't stop talking about him, or it's interesting seeing pretenders coming out the woodwork now. Something along those lines. So that would be big. But in regards to match-wise tonight, probably the biggest match, of course, is going to be Randy Orton taking on AJ Styles, taking on LA Knight. Winner will face Roman at the Rumble. So the winner will find themselves taking on Roman. It doesn't mean that they're not going to be in the Rumble as well. We've seen plenty of examples where people can have matches and title matches, but then also go into the Rumble. But it probably means they won't be in the Rumble. Probably means they're not going to do double duty. So whoever wins tonight is winning their opportunity, really. I think the bookies' favourite is Randy Orton. I don't know what the fans want, to be honest. I feel like the fans, if we were to do a poll, let's do a poll. Who do you want to win? Who do you want? I'm thinking LA Knight might get the win, but people really love Randy Orton. And AJ Styles has got his fans. So it's AJ, it's Randy, it's LA Knight. It's a very interesting match. So, not who do you think will win? Who do you want to win? Who do you want to win? So, Randy, AJ, or LA? Let's put that in the poll. There we go. So, the poll is up. You can vote right now. Who do you want to win that match? So we've got that match. Winner goes on to the Royal Rumble to take on Roman. As well as that, we've got a women's championship match. So this is Iyo taking on Michin. So Iyo against Michin for the women's championship. And then we've got Butch and a mystery partner. Could be Sheamus, could be Tyler Bate, taking on Pretty Deadly. And then we've got Kevin Owens. You have to excuse me. My voice is failing. Hang on. I probably should have had some water ready anyway. That's better. So we've got Iyo against Michin. That's for the women's championship. We've got Randy versus AJ versus LA. Winner faces Roman. We've got Butch and a mystery partner. Could be Tyler Bate. Could be Sheamus taking on Pretty Deadly. We've got Kevin Owens taking on Santos Escobar. This is the final of the US title tournament. So it's the final of that tournament, and the winner will go on to face Logan Paul. So winner goes on to face Logan. And as we said, we've got Roman Reigns on the show as well. So yeah, let me know what are you excited for. Obviously there's a bit of news for us to get our teeth into as well. News about Naomi, news about Mercedes, news about Camille, news about Authors of Pain. There's a lot going on at the moment. It's a busy time of the year, certainly the most busiest December, early January I think I can ever remember. I mean, CM Punk coming back has really just set everything on fire. And then, of course, they went and got The Rock just to make sure that fire didn't die down. And now we're building towards the Royal Rumble. Juan said, Days, remember that botched ladder spot in NXT with Iyo Michin? Michin ended up getting busted open. Dubfigs says Tyler Bates. Yeah, I'm thinking it's going to be Tyler as well. Asib said, as we know, WWE broke viewership records this past year. Wrestle Kingdom did the same. Do you think products have improved, or are more people just discovered products from the history? I actually don't know the ratings for Wrestle Kingdom, so I can't really comment on that. What I do know is that the attendance for Wrestle Kingdom, I don't know if it was capped or if it was limited, but I saw a graph that showed it was well down. The attendance. So I don't know what's happening in regards to that. I don't know if they're still, I don't know, are they still doing some sort of COVID restrictions or something? I'm not sure. That's the only number I've seen. And it was like 25,000, 40,000. Like, it was in a good place, and then it's gone down to like 23. So I don't know. Maybe it's COVID or something, but that's the only number that I've seen. I think in regards to WWE's viewership, it's obviously good. I think what's happened with that is that Triple H has started booking, so people are interested to see what the product looks like under Triple H. As well as that, you've had a red hot storyline that started under Vince, the Bloodline, right? Triple H didn't start the Bloodline, Vince started the Bloodline, and that story has certainly gone from strength to strength under Triple H. He has, I think, seen its potential and he's maximized it. I think he's definitely done some stuff I'm not sure Vince would have done. One of the things being that he really implanted Sammy into that story. And it worked, right? It really, really worked. And so, you know, don't forget, at the start of last year, one of the biggest things that happened was Sammy finally nailing Roman with that chair shot. Then that built to Elimination Chamber, where we got that as the main event. Then it you know, the story continued and main evented night one. Then we had Cody obviously slip in so that he could go up against Roman on night two. So they've just been able to kind of ride this momentum throughout the year. If I'm going to be brutally honest, I actually thought WWE lost steam around SummerSlam. I think WWE really struggled from SummerSlam. I think that they were telling a lot of the same stories. I wasn't seeing the same innovation. I thought, you know, we just got stuck in that endless loop of Jey Uso and Cody and Sammy and Kevin against the Judgment Day. It just felt like that was Raw. Just felt like that was it, you know? It just kind of felt like, I don't know, we weren't really bringing in any big, juicy stories. I said, like, the match to make, to me, would have been Jey versus Jimmy. You know, Jimmy screws Jey. They go to different brands. You easily could have had Jimmy coming over to Raw to try and reconcile with his brother. We didn't do that. And the reason why we didn't do that is because I'm pretty sure that's what the WrestleMania match is going to be. But, you know, if we're holding Cody back from Roman because we were saving that match, and we're holding Jimmy back from Jey because we're saving that match, and we don't want to take the title off Gunther because it's not ready for him to go to the world title level yet, you know. We've got a bit more work we wanted to do, so we're sort of just, you know, stringing that along. For me, like, from SummerSlam, we span our wheels a bit. And then there was a real lack of Roman Reigns. We have not seen a great deal of Roman Reigns in the second part of the year either. We saw John Cena. Cena came back, and it was nice to see Cena, but it was really just a nostalgia act. You know, I can't say it was like the Bloodline when we were getting really interesting stories that were moving things forwards. John Cena was sort of around because of the writer's strike. That's the reason. So I don't know if that caused some disruption or whatever, but I think for me, like, the product is definitely in a great place. And then, of course, CM Punk comes back, and now we're talking about The Rock, and now we're building to the Royal Rumble, and we've got WrestleMania 40. So don't get it twisted. As of right now, we are in a fantastic place, right? We are in a great place. Those wheels have stopped spinning. The second CM Punk came back, the wheels stopped spinning and we started to go into a very interesting direction, right? But I really would say between SummerSlam and Survivor Series, man, it wasn't all that. It really wasn't all that. It was fine. It was watchable. We were watching it. It wasn't a chore. But I would really struggle to make an effort to make it out like it was something amazing when it really wasn't, you know? I think they got some big stuff right. I think they nailed WrestleMania season. I think the repercussions of WrestleMania season bled into the summer, and then they just seemed to, I don't know, get stuck a little bit. And then they brought back CM Punk and everything's amazing again. So we're in a great place right now. I think that WWE are obviously they're in the news a lot as well because of Vince leaving, the company being sold, Triple H taking over, CM Punk coming back. There just seems to be things that's kind of keeping them in the news, and that's always a good thing as well. So yeah, I think there's improvements definitely to the stories. I think the product is in a good place. But, you know, equally the ratings for Raw are still bobbing around 1.4, 1.5. You know, let's not get it too twisted and make out like this is something biblical. When really just a few years ago, 1.4, 1.5 would have got you shot. You would have been put up against the wall and shot if you was getting 1.4, 1.5. It really wasn't that long ago where the idea of Raw doing below 2 million was unfathomable. Couldn't even fathom Raw doing under 2 million. And now it does 1.4, 1.5, which may, you know, go back up and we might start to see that lift now that we're heading towards WrestleMania season. But that is where we've been. So, I don't know. There's a lot of spin. There's a lot of stuff being said. Some of it you have to, like, just take with a pinch of salt and kind of just, you know, it is what it is. You know, WWE shouting about a lot of these numbers and whatever. And some of them are very impressive. Make no mistake about it. Like, some of the stuff they're achieving is very impressive. And it has been a very, very good year for them. And I don't think they'll struggle to beat it this year. I really don't. I don't think they'll struggle to beat it. And I do think there's been improvements to the product. But let's not get too carried away. Let's not get too carried away and make out like this is a new Attitude Era or something, you know, monumental. Because there is a buzz and there is a lot of excitement and the product is in a really good place. But where we've just been has been, I would say, an improvement on 2020, 2021, 2022. But how difficult would that be, really? I mean, 2020, 2021, they were not great years. 2019 was an awful year as well. So, you know, I think the encouraging thing is Triple H has took over. He's grabbed the reins and he's delivered something that people want to watch. And he's delivered something that's probably the best it's been in like 5-6 years, right? Which is fantastic. No shades. No shades. It's absolutely brilliant. I'm so excited to see where we go this year. But I would just kind of curb it a little bit and just say, like, let's not get too carried away because, you know, we know how this can turn into like WWE are the best, AEW are trash, and like that tribalism stuff, which, to be honest, I really think ruins the conversation. I think it's very difficult to have a good conversation with someone that views wrestling that way. Someone that's like, everything WWE does is amazing and everything AEW does is trash. Like, you can't have a good conversation about wrestling with those people. They're too narrow-minded. They're not looking at what's actually happening, right? So I'm not saying anyone here is doing that. I'm just saying, like, I see this a lot online. And I kind of feel like the truth normally lives somewhere in between. And I feel like that's an example here where WWE are doing some fantastic stuff and I'm really excited for the future. But if you was to look at some accounts, they're making out like this is the greatest period in WWE history and it's, you know, like everything's amazing and all this kind of stuff. And like things are really good at the moment. But I just wouldn't get that carried away. I saw we got a few super chats, so I want to jump into those. Oh, and I need to look at this poll as well. So we've got 239 votes. 74% of people have gone with Randy. So, wow, overwhelming a number of people want Randy to get the job done. That's amazing. So, overwhelming number of people want Randy. 13% want AJ. 14% want LA. So, I'm really quite surprised at that. I really thought that more would want LA Knight to get the job done. I really thought more would want LA, but yeah, he's coming in at just in second place with 14% of the vote. So I think, to be honest, people know that whoever wins this is not going to win at the Rumble, right? So it doesn't really matter, does it? I mean, I think people want Randy to do it because they want to see the match, and we've already seen the LA match. So I think there's probably a little bit of that at play. But for whatever reason, that's a little bit surprising that it's that wide. But I agree. I would have voted Randy as well, to be honest. Let's go to the super chat. Supportington said, Days, how are you feeling? Are you feeling any better? Do you know what? I mean, it's weird because within myself, I feel fine. Like, yeah, I feel absolutely fine. I really just rest. I try to take medication and not do anything. And I feel like it is coming back, but I'm just not giving it a chance to come back, you know? I gave it a couple of days, and to be honest, where it is now is so much better than where it was on Tuesday. So I kind of feel like there has been improvement, but there's no streams planned for tomorrow, which is, again, very unusual for a Saturday. But honestly, I think I probably need it. I probably need to just work on some videos or do something else rather than do hours of streaming to give it that rest. Because, you know, I need to get my voice back. And it's been flipping ages as well. I lost it over a week ago that I picked up this cold, and this cold just is not leaving me alone. So, but no headache, no sore throat, no, I don't know, dizziness or anything. It's literally just I don't have my voice and a bit of a runny nose. That's it now. That's it. So definitely better than where I was about 4 or 5 days ago. MICC check, shout out to you, said Roman Reigns' days are numbered. Yeah, I mean, I think it ends at WrestleMania. There's a few people thinking that it could go later in the year. If it goes later in the year, then of course we could be looking at him beating Hogan's record. And if he does that, that would be amazing if he went on to beat Hogan's record. I don't know how far he's got to go to achieve that, to be honest. I don't know if he can break it before SummerSlam. I don't think he can. I think he's got to go past WrestleMania and past SummerSlam. And I just feel like that's quite unlikely. That feels quite unlikely for him to go that far. But then it's quite unlikely that he's managed to get this far. So it's hard to say, isn't it? It's hard to know like when he's going to lose it. But if I was a betting man, I would say WrestleMania 40 feels pretty good. Ashton said, have you seen the Jimmy shirt? Jimmy versus Jay is coming. I've seen the Jimmy shirt. I should have an image of the Jimmy shirt, which I think, did someone tag me in it? Here we go. It's pretty good. I like it. They're getting a lot of mileage out of they're getting a lot of mileage out of this yeet word. So here we've got the word yeet with the word no written over it. So Jimmy Uso's no yeet shirt, which is good. It's a clever way to be honest, I would be no yeet. If I had to choose between yeet and no yeet, I'm definitely team no yeet. And also, I feel like Jimmy's really interesting because Jimmy is not as good of a promo, and match-wise, I feel like Jay can do a bit better from a solo point of view. Tag wrestling, Jimmy's awesome, but solo-wise, I think Jay has that ability to be a solo guy. I don't know that he can be a world champion. They could put the belt on him, but there's a big difference between having the belt put on you and you actually like working your way up to that level, you know. He's super over. They could put the belt on him, but I just don't see him as the same level as like a Kevin Owens or a Sami Zayn or certainly not a Seth Rollins or certainly not a Roman Reigns. I think for me, he is someone I could see getting a mid-card belt as a single star and someone that can challenge for a world title, but I'm struggling with him as a world champion, to be honest, Jey Uso. Jimmy, I feel like he's not as good, right? But I am finding him more interesting. I'm finding him more interesting because I love what I've seen of him so far, which is where he's just jumping and lounging on the sofa backstage. And he's like, didn't he say something like, yeet my tribal chief? And Roman like turned his head and he was like, no yeet. Like he's got a bit of humor to him. He's got there's a bit of a personality there. There is a bit of humor there. And to be honest, I haven't been seeing any humor out of Jay for a long time. Jay, I don't know, Jay's just been doing some really boring stuff in my opinion. He's just been like going after the Judgment Day and then looking a little bit awkward when Randy came back, and now I don't even know what he's doing now. So for me, like, I'm finding Jimmy and his kind of laid back attitude in the bloodline to be more entertaining and more engaging than I think anything Jay's doing at the moment. Personal preference. If you prefer Jay, that's cool. Loads of people do. But I am finding Jimmy to be more entertaining currently. So if I was to buy a shirt, I would lean towards the no yeet shirt, definitely. But I like Jay. I've got time for Jay. I like Jimmy as well. I love the Usos. I think they're one of the best tag teams WWE have ever had. It does feel a little bit like MJF turning babyface in the sense of MJF is one of the best heels in wrestling right now. So what's the one thing you probably shouldn't do with him? Turning babyface, right? Because for me, he's one of the best heels, right? Amazing heel. And you could say that him being a heel has made him the star that he is, right? Got him to where he is. So why now has he got to being a champion that we've decided to now turn him face? I sort of feel like that was a bit of a misstep and I was never a fan of it and it didn't work for me. And I sort of feel a little bit the same here in regards to we've got one of the greatest tag teams we've ever seen and now we've split them apart. And I don't think Jay's doing bad, but he's not setting the world on fire, in my opinion. He's not someone that's better than Seth. He's not like, you know, if we were to break up the Street Profits, I think we can all see that Montez has got potential to be a single star, right? If we were to break up the Creed brothers, I think we can all see that Julius has got potential to be like the next John Cena. I mean, Julius Creed is mental, right? God only knows what he can go on to achieve. So Julius Creed, he's got the look, he's got the wrestling ability. The only thing I don't know about him is his kind of promo personality. I see that fired up, we're going to win promo, but I don't know about, you know, humor or if he can really, like, you know, really cut like a fiery promo, really grab your attention. So there's a couple of question marks, but outside of that, he's got everything you would want to see. But to be honest, splitting up Jimmy and Jay, I just don't feel that same way. I feel like Jay is someone that has got the ability to go solo, but I just think he's got a ceiling. I just think there's a ceiling. And I feel like if we're doing it because they're a bit bored and we're building just towards Jimmy versus Jay, and that's why we're doing it, and that's fine. I'm not like terribly down on it. I just don't know. I much preferred them as a tag team. I wish they were still a tag team. But we can always bring them back, of course, and do that in the future. So they haven't gone anywhere. We can still bring them back, but we'll see. We'll see what they've got planned. Obviously, there's big rumors about Naomi coming back, and what's that look like? Because Jimmy on his own, with Naomi coming back, maybe that does just open up some possibilities to do like Naomi, Jimmy against Montez, Bianca, against Miz, Maurice, against Seth, Becky. Like, you could do some really good, like, Charlotte Andrade when Andrade comes over. You could do some really good mixed tag matches. And I like the idea. A lot of people wanted Naomi to join the Bloodline when she was in last time, and they never pulled the trigger. So if she comes back now, maybe we could do that. Maybe we could pull the trigger. Perhaps Naomi could go into the Bloodline in some sort of way, you know? Even if it's not with Roman, but it's just with Jimmy, and we're gonna have to see how it all plays out. I don't know that there is a Bloodline beyond WrestleMania 40. That's my only concern. But lots of moving parts. Aaron, shout out to you. Aaron said Roman versus Rock. Roman beats Hogan's reign. I'm calling it. Okay. I don't know when, as I said, I don't know when he beats it. I'm pretty sure he's got to get past SummerSlam. So if he does, I mean, that'll be, wow, you know, to get past Elimination Chamber, because it feels like that's going to be a big match. To get past WrestleMania, to get past SummerSlam, to get past the Saudi shows, and to get all the way to the end of the year, like for him to then beat that records. Wow. You could be right? So we'll move on. But my feeling on it is, does it matter? Like, if he's number 4 on the all-time lists compared to being number 3, does it matter? It doesn't make a difference to me. I'm not bothered if he beats Hogan's records. It doesn't matter to me. I mean, this reign is historic. It's one of the longest reigning WWE or Universal Championship reigns of all time. You know, he's number 4 or number 5 on that list of like men's champions. You know, for the world titles. If he's number 4 or number 3, does it make a great difference? Like, if it was a case of him becoming number 1, then I would understand. But he's never going to do that, because that's Bruno's record, and I think he's got to go to like 2028 to beat that record. Something stupid like that. He's got to get to like 2028. So I really can't see that happening. So if he's not going to beat the all-time records, I could understand him breaking into a top 10. I can understand him breaking into a top 5. But then beyond that, does it... I don't know. Maybe I'm just alone on this one, but does it really matter? Does it matter? Does it make any difference whatsoever? Like, I don't see why you would wait for him to break that Hogan record when you've got WrestleMania 40... right there. I mean, WrestleMania 40, an anniversary WrestleMania where we can finish the story and tick all the boxes, and it's WrestleMania, and we can launch a brand new era of wrestling as we now start the 40s WrestleManias, you know. We kick off like Triple H's creative reign You know, I know that he's been doing it a little while, but honeymoon period is over now, and so like you can get the belt off Roman. Let's tell some stories. Let's do some stuff, you know, rather than have it on a champion who only shows up once in a while. I'm not down on that. I do think he should defend more than he does. Right, every 30 days is what I'm looking for, and he doesn't hit that benchmark. So for me, that's my issue. But it's not out by loads, I don't believe. Although saying that, I think last year he didn't defend the belt between WrestleMania and SummerSlam, and they're like a good 3 months apart, 4 months apart, and he didn't defend the title within that period. So it's, you know, it's not brilliant. So we could definitely do better, I believe. So like, I don't know, I'm really torn on it. I don't really see the benefit of going and beating Hogan's record, but if it's something that people really want and it's something people care about, then cool, okay. But I personally would do it at WrestleMania 40. I just think it's a big show. I don't know if you've heard. It's a big show. And we've already screwed over Cody once. It'll be a real shame to do it again, you know? Dino said, my girlfriend's first WrestleMania this year. And Maddie's has cashed is her shirtless stream in the bank. Rules are rules. Maddie's has cashed in her shirtless stream in the bank. Rules are rules. I don't even know what that means. Don't know what that means. Who's Maddie? And are you telling me that she's streaming shirtless? Because I don't need that competition, you know? I don't need that competition. Go some topless girl on Twitch that's going to start talking about what's happening on SmackDown. That could kill this channel. That could kill this channel. This channel, listen, as much as I think this community likes to have a good, honest chat about wrestling, I think this community much prefers boobs. So if there was a topless girl on Twitch that was going to be talking about wrestling, I might as well turn the flipping lights off. Right, we're done. It's not just my voice that's gone, it's the community as well. So let's pray that's not happening, shall we? But Dino, I hope your girlfriend has an enjoyable WrestleMania this year. I always enjoy watching wrestling with people that don't normally watch, because I've yet to have an experience where I've shown wrestling to someone that doesn't watch wrestling and it hasn't really grabbed them. I've never ever shown wrestling to someone and them go, okay, yeah, cool. I've never had that. I've shown wrestling to quite a few people now, friends and family and whatever. And obviously you handpick certain matches, don't you? You know, I'd imagine like Undertaker against Mankind, Hell in a Cell. That's a go-to, right? And maybe I'd go Undertaker, Shawn, tell them the story of Mr. WrestleMania against the Undertaker streak. Kind of, you know, go down that angle as well, you know? So there's a few that you would definitely cherry pick. But I've never had anyone walk away from wrestling or me showing them wrestling and be like anything less than impressed. And that's got nothing to do with me. That's the power of wrestling, you know. It's such a shame that there's so many narrow-minded people that just have never given it a go, you know. Do you know, it's funny because I was watching the darts on TV the other day, because in the UK darts is actually quite a big thing, and like the World Championship really grabbed attention this year because the final had a 16-year-old, and he was, you know, the youngest person to reach a darts final before this was like 21, 22. So you can imagine the hype about a 16-year-old getting to a darts final, and 5 million people tuned in. Now, I think there's something like 60 million people in the UK. So you're looking at roughly about 10%, 1 in 10 people tuned in to watch this kid. And it was on a subscription like Sky Sports, like, which would be ESPN Plus type situation. Apparently, it was Sky Sports' most watched non-football, like Premier League, event in their history. And they've been around since like 92, around that kind of time. So it was big. It was real big, right? And I watched it as well because it was all on the news. Everyone was talking about it. It was in the papers. It was on the radio. It was on breakfast TV. Everyone was talking about this 16-year-old kid. And so I tuned in. Don't ever watch the darts, but I was watching it and I enjoyed it. I mean, it was good. They're like, oh, he just needs that double 20. And you watch and you're like, go on, mate, go on, get the double 20. And he's like, just misses. You're like, ah, you really feel for him because he could have won that leg or whatever, But I was watching it and I was like, do you know what? This ain't better than wrestling. I was thinking that. I was watching it and I was like, this is good and it's sport and it's compelling and it's gripping. But it ain't better than wrestling. I go on much more of a journey with wrestling than I am watching this darts final. Yet 5 million people just in the UK, right? And you got to remember, we're much smaller than America, right? 5 million people tuned in. There was like 250,000 that were following it on the BBC website, just text updates. 250,000 following it that way. God knows how many were following it on the radio that were at work and whatever. So, I was watching it. I was like, man, this ain't better than wrestling. I was enjoying it, but nowhere near as much as I would WrestleMania. So I was like, man, if only people would give wrestling more of a try instead of that standard, oh, it's all fake, innit? And I don't know if you saw, there was a clip that was doing the rounds, and I don't know if it was trending or if I just came across it, but there's a clip I'd never seen before, and it was that Bill Maher, is that his name? Bill Maher, late night talk show guy. He was talking to Bobby the Brain Heenan, Rowdy Roddy Piper, Medusa, and someone else, and I forget who it was. He was talking to 4 wrestlers, and they were all shown as WCW Sting. It was Sting. Sting was the other one. He had no makeup on. And they were all shown as WCW wrestlers. So I've never seen this clip. It clearly from the late 90s. Ballpark 98. And they were... He said that wrestling's all fake, isn't it? That was his reaction. The same sort of reaction that I'm sure you've encountered, right? Wrestling's fake, isn't it? Piper, man, he goes off. He stands up. He's like, fake. Starts undoing his belt. Medusa's like, no, Roddy, no. And he's like, no. I'll show him fake. Pulls his trousers down and shows him, thankfully, his hip. And there's like a scar down the side. He's like, I've had this hip replaced. That's a metal plate. This is and he starts going through all the injuries he's had. And he's like, you've got the nerve to tell me this is fake. He was really offended. Like, I think Bobby the Brain was like, oh, there's going to be a punch up, something like this. Like, it really seemed to get quite heated. But that is the natural reaction of most people. Oh, well, the fake stuff. And it's like, oh, man, you don't know. You just don't know. Just don't know. So, yeah, I kind of feel like if more people would give it a go, they'd really enjoy it. So it's good to hear that your girlfriend's going to do that and give it a chance, That should be encouraged. And I have no doubt whatsoever. She probably won't enjoy everything because, it's quite easy to not enjoy everything, right? But there will definitely be things that she will take away from it that she will enjoy. Hussein Hamad, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support. Hussein said, it's me, it's Usman from Usman Interviews. Yes, I've been chatting to Usman on emails. Usman is a Manchester United fan, and we've been talking about what United need. I sent Usman an email earlier, and I really stand by it, what I said. I think, just going back to United for a second, that apparently they want to get that, is it Elise from Crystal Palace? They want to sign Elise. So, from Palace, and I really rate him. Young, 22, brilliant contributor, gets assists, gets goals. I'd love to see what he could do if he came into the United team. So That's a signing I'd be interested in. And then definitely looking at that back line. I mean, it's just paper thin. You know, Varane gets injured all the time. Martinez as well. You know, Luke Shaw gets injured all the time. Like, I feel like we need some people that are just going to be there. You know, we should have got like a Dan Burn. Someone like that, you know, that Newcastle got. Someone that's just good, solid, Premier League proven, reliable, that's just going to be there. And you just shove him in the back, job done, and build around, you know. I don't know why United feel that they have to go and get these, like, Spanish players, these Argentina players. Go and get Premier League proven players, right? Don't take gambles. Get the players that are doing it week in, week out. Like this Elise from Crystal Palace, you know, go and get some of these great players at smaller teams. That's what Thingy did, Liverpool, with Van Dijk. They picked him up, and Mane. They picked up Sadio Mane and Van Dijk from, I believe, Southampton. So why aren't we looking at, like, look at the great players Bournemouth have got at the moment. We know that Brighton keep churning out great players. Like, there's really good players at smaller teams, and I would like to see us, like, dig into some of those. So, yeah, I hope you're well, Usman. Let's see what Usman says. Who do you think is going to win between El Brook and AJ Bunker? We're watching the stream. Keep up the good work. Well, I don't... So, that's Misfits, isn't it? So Misfits has kind of fallen off my radar just momentarily because they had a big show, was it October time, with the Logan Dylan Dennis thing. And then I think what they followed it up with just hasn't seemed to be as big. I just have not seen any hype around them for a while. And I believe they do have another show coming up soon, but even that has got no kind of buzz around it. So I think El Brook is got more experience than AJ Bunker. I think I've seen AJ fight once. She was so-so, but then saying that, I think all the women are so-so. I don't think there's any good women in the Misfits boxing. I think if there was a woman that had a bit of boxing, like, you know, I think I've even said this on the Misfits stream. If you're female and you are, you know, you've got a small following, just start really thinking about boxing, because if you're, I don't know, 15, 16, something like this, you're young and you can really dedicate a few years to it and actually go each week and get some boxing training, build up your following, show the work you're doing, right? If you can get onto a Misfits cards, which if you build up your following, just keep calling people out, just use your platform to call out, you know, AJ Bunker, call out El Brooks, call out, I can't remember the name of the other one, the blonde one that's the champ at the moment, but call these people out, right? Make some noise. If you're young, 15, 16, 17, and you do it for a few years, get good, right? Get good. Obviously, you need to get good, but get good, put the work in, build your following. If you're a young lady out there, do that, because that Misfits world, it's just waiting for a girl to come along and just take it. Just take it, because I have seen nothing out of any of them that has impressed me. Nothing. I just think that they have put these girls on because obviously there's a lot of attractive girls out there on social media, and it's just good for Misfits to put a couple of these girls on. It's not a great surprise a lot of these girls do OnlyFans, right? That's what we're talking about. We're talking about girls that don't really fight, but they do OnlyFans, and they get into a bit of an online spat, and then Misfits put them in the ring. So you can imagine the quality of the boxing. I mean, I have seen this, right? I've seen that in a boxing ring, this kind of a thing, right? It's atrocious. It is atrocious. It is playground level, right? It's rubbish. It's worse than rubbish. And I know that there's a few that have been doing it a little while now. You know, Elle Brooks has been doing it a little bit now. And that other girl, and I can't remember her name. But whatever, right? There's a few of them that have been doing it a little while since the start. So, year and a half, something like this. And, they're putting the training in. And I reckon there's been, definite improvement. But still, if there was someone that was really serious about it, that came along, that had really, put the work in. Because don't forget, these girls are still doing OnlyFans. They ain't dedicating all their spare time to boxing and fitness and all that, right? They've got other ventures that they're engaging with. So if there was someone to come along that was, really focused on boxing, that really wanted to take that world by storm, it's right there for you. It's absolutely right there. You could absolutely mop that up. So I'll go with Elle Brooks, bud, because she has had more fights, I believe. And she is someone which has somehow managed to come through them, but I have not seen anything from any of them that impresses me. Nothing. They're just pretty girls. That's it. They're just pretty girls. And if there was a girl out there with some actual talent, she'd clean up. But Usman, I hope you're well, my friend. And I did reply to you earlier. And as I said in that email, sorry if I've not replied for a week or so. I've been not feeling brilliant. I'm trying to get back to full strength. But I'm on that road. I'm on that road to recovery. Maddie, shout out to you, said, it's Maddie, it's Dino's girlfriend. You shouted me out when CM Punk came back. We watch all your streams. Dino loves you. Can you give him a shout out? Well, yeah, shout out to Dino. Dino Malaris, who kindly donated earlier. And shout out to Maddie as well. Maddie, I hope you enjoy WrestleMania. I think you will. I was just saying to Dino that you probably won't like everything, because, it's hard to like everything. But I think there'll be something in there that you will enjoy. And I wish more people were to give wrestling a chance. I don't know if people think it's like a closed-off community or something. I don't know if people have got this impression that, we just want to keep it to ourselves and we don't want new people to come in or so. I don't know. I would love more people to come and watch it, because I think everyone loved the Attitude Era, and the Attitude Era was so vibrant, and it was part of culture. I mean, it really was everywhere at that point. And can we get back to that one day? I don't know. It's very difficult in this world, because how can you be the talk of everywhere in this modern world? Because it's so hard, because there's so many platforms, there's so much going on, it's very difficult now. It's certainly more difficult than it was in the late 90s. I feel like the only person that's achieved that is Taylor Swift. She's the only person that I think's managed to achieve it, be the talk of everywhere. And maybe Stephen Hawking. I've seen a lot of reference to him over the past 24 hours. So Stephen Hawking and Taylor Swift are the two that have managed to achieve it. But Stephen Hawking, not for great reasons. But I feel that WWE is in a great place. If ever you was worth checking it out over, say, the past 5-6 years, now is the time to give it a watch. And also, Maddie, tell your friends. Sean G said, if Deonna or Mercedes go to AEW and Camille and Julia go to NXT, do you think they're in the right places based on their existing roster and booking? Sean, shout out to you, mate. Hope you're well. So, Deonna, Mercedes, Camille, Julia, I feel like you could put them in any combination you want, to be honest, right? My concern would be the AEW women's division. It's very difficult for me to say go to AEW, because their women's division traditionally has not been booked well. And one of their champions right now is Julia Hart, who would struggle to win a breakout tournament in NXT, right? No shade on Julia Hart. I mention her a lot because I can't get my head around why she's in the position she's in, right? To me, she is someone that needs to be in like a developmental brand. She needs to be in NXT. She's got a good entrance and a moody face, and that's it. In ring wise, they keep talking about this improvement that she's made. I can only think that she was struggling to walk, right? Because if what she's doing now is an improvement, then she must have been crawling her way to the ring like 6 months ago, because I just don't see it. I'm really struggling with this girl. I have no idea how she is the mid-card champion of AEW, right? I think the reason why she's the mid-card champion of AEW is because they've had injuries, and they've also spread the rosters quite thin. They've got like Athena like exclusive to Ring of Honor, and for some reason they've decided not to use Britt Baker, and Thunder Rosa's been injured, and we know a lot of those Japanese stars aren't always around. Riho goes back to Japan and then emerges 9 months, 10 months later. Emi Sakura, don't know where she is. What's that other one? The one that sings. Forget her name. Koi, I can't remember her name. But she comes out and she does a little song and everything. She's cool. I like her. But again, you don't see her that often. The only one that tends to stick around is like Hikaru Shida. But all the other Japanese women tend to go back to Japan, and then just we use them whenever. And then, you're left with the likes of Julia Hart, Sky Blue, Penelope Ford, these kind of names, which just are not of a very good standards. They're NXT level. Like, NXT is fine. I mean, they've got potential, but it ain't a strong women's division, and it ain't bringing in ratings, right? So it's very hard to look at that women's division and make a big argument for if they go to AEW, they're going to the right place. I've got very little confidence in the roster, and I've got even less confidence in the booking for that, right? So what I would say is, if they're coming to NXT, if they're coming to WWE, I feel a lot better for them. I feel happier for them, right? That it's going to work out. I think Camille definitely needs to go to NXT, because Camille is someone that has done it at NWA level, but this is, even if she went to AEW, this is a big step up. This is TV, worldwide TV, which you sort of get a taste of with NWA, but also sort of not really, because viewing wise, it's, do you know what I mean? Chalk and cheese. So going to AEW would be a massive step up. Going to NXT would be a massive step up. Camille, for me, has got some learning to do. Maybe not so much about in-ring, but about presentation and about being on TV. So, yes, I would like to see her go to NXT. Julia is very interesting because she is a fantastic wrestler. She is someone that's in Stardom. They have shows. It is different in America. She's definitely going to need to do some learning as well. She could go to either. I feel like they're very welcoming of Japanese superstars in AEW. So I feel like she would settle in quite easily in AEW. But I just don't know that we would use her that well. I think we would. I feel like Julia, if I was to compare her to someone, I would compare her to Jamie Hayter. Like a real special in-ring talent that has got it all. Jamie Hayter can wrestle. She looks amazing. She can cut promos. Julia can talk English, and apparently she's learning English as well to get her promos even better. So I'm really high on this Julia girl. Don't know loads about her. I've seen lots of clips. There's a lot of excitement online. I don't know much about her, but from what I've seen, she's got a very interesting look. She sort of looks Western, right? She sort of looks like a girl that's gone over there from America and has I don't know, been there for a long time. But I believe she's actually Japanese. She doesn't really strike me as Japanese. I don't know. It's a bit strange. She looks fantastic, right? That's all you need to know. She looks amazing and very credible. I don't believe she's, because sometimes like the Japanese girls can be a bit on the smaller side, on the skinnier side, and that can be a barrier for some people. She doesn't seem to have that issue. This is why I'm saying she strikes me as like coming from the West. Like she seems to have a bit more about her, right? And I'm really high on her. I think she could go to AEW or WWE, but again, like I said earlier, I'd put her in WWE. I just think the booking is going to be so much better, and they're going to really invest in her and whatever gaps that she's got. And a lot of people get upset when they like, you can't put Julia in NXT and all this stuff. Shut up, right? We put Asuka in NXT. We put Finn Balor in NXT. We put Shinsuke Nakamura in NXT. NXT does a lot, right, of different things. It's not just about teaching people how to wrestle. It's about them knowing the cues and knowing where the cameras are and knowing how to work the crowd and work the American style. There are other things that you need to be taught other than how to wrestle, right? So there's definitely things that she is going to need to learn. It would be unfair to just drop her in on the main roster. I feel like she definitely needs to go to NXT. And I will say, I have not seen too much pushback on that. There's been a lot of people that I think have been like, this is okay, I can cope with this, her going to NXT for a little bit. And it's like, yeah, she definitely should. Because, like, they need to learn things. There's things in NXT that they can teach them to get them ready for the main roster. Even if she is a fantastic wrestler. Asuka was a fantastic wrestler. Iyo Sky was a fantastic wrestler. They still went to NXT. So no problem with Julia going to NXT, but she could go to either. No problem with Camille going to NXT, and I think that's the right move for her. In regards to the two girls going to AEW, so Mercedes, it's interesting, isn't it? Because Mercedes doesn't need to learn anything. She is a massive star. She is actually what AEW need. So in regards to, is it a good move for her? I'm going to say yes, actually, because as much as she could come back to WWE, she sort of knows what she's going to get there. She's done it. She's been there. She's got the t-shirt. Granted, not under Triple H, but I think she's like 31, 32. So even if she goes to AEW for 2 or 3 years, she'll be 35. She could still wrestle for another 7, 8 years once she comes out of AEW. So she could go to AEW, get a taste of what it's like in AEW, wrestle. Because if you wrestle with AEW, there's that relationship with New Japan. So I'm guessing she can still work Stardom matches. So she could go to AEW. She could still work the Stardom matches. She could take on people like Britt Baker, Jamie Hayter, Timeless Tony Storm, a few others, you know. I don't think there's a big roster there in AEW. I'm not impressed with their women's roster, but there are certainly some names that I think she would be interested in facing. I feel like Jamie Hayter, Britt Baker would be at the top of that list. Be at the top of my list if I was Sasha. So she could go there. She could take on those, bring that star power. The great thing about Sasha is she'll want to lift all the other women. I know a lot of people paint her out to be like a very selfish person, but I really think that, yeah, she definitely wants money and she definitely wants a good deal for herself. But she's also someone that's going to stand up for the women when she gets there. She ain't going to tolerate if the women aren't getting enough TV time. She'll soon go to Tony and say what needs to be said, right? She could make it quite uncomfortable for Tony, actually. So I actually think Sasha to AEW is a good move for her. Right? It's not a problem for her. She'll get paid well and she'll get to still do the Stardom matches that she wants. And she'll get a taste of life outside of WWE in a different North American promotion. But it's brilliant for AEW as well. So that one's a tick. And the other one was what? Deonna. Deonna's interesting because we had Deonna in WWE and for some reason she ended up leaving. I don't know why. I actually don't know why. I don't know the reason why. But I could understand her feeling a bit burnt about that experience. And so Tony's come in with some money and said, I can push you and make you a star. And also we're looking to bring Mercedes in type situation. And I could see that being a case that Deonna's gone, okay, I'm interested. I'm listening. in the words of Fraser Crane, I'm listening. And she's then leaned that way. So, yeah, actually, talking it through, I think they all make sense. I think there's a few that could go either way, but I'm definitely happy that Camille is going to NXT from NWA, and it looks like that deal is going to happen. Definitely happy if WWE can get Julia. I think that'd be an amazing sign-in. I think Sasha helps AEW, and I think she gets good paycheck out of it herself, and she'll raise the other women. And I think Deonna is just in a bigger promotion than Impact. I mean, to be honest, if Deonna had gone to AEW or WWE, it'd be brilliant for her because she was in Impact, which, no shade on Impact. I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing from them at the moment. I think they are doing like some of the best stuff I've ever seen from Impact. This whole name change to TNA, I wasn't sold on it, but there's a lot of hype at the moment of like people coming in and you won't believe who we're signing, and this relaunch. And I'm hearing a lot about Speedball Mike Bailey. I'm hearing a lot about Josh Alexander. Obviously, they've just recently got Naomi. They might not have her long, but they had her. Shows their intent. They're doing some interesting moves. They're making some interesting moves at the moment. I think they just signed the Grizzled Young Veterans as well. And obviously they've had like Jordan Grace as well. But it's undeniable that at present, going from Impact to AEW is a step up in regards to exposure. So yeah, this is a step up for her. She's going to an undeniable bigger promotion. Maybe not a better promotion, but a bigger promotion. So I think it works for all of them, to be honest. So to answer your question, yeah, having gone through them all individually and broken down like why I think it's a good or a bad move, I think it makes sense for all of them going where they're going. And I think that they will all do really, really well. I think if Sasha's clearly going to do well, Mercedes clearly going to do well, I don't think Deonna's got that much competition in AEW, right? I don't think there's that much. I think that she can definitely make her mark in that division. Camille is huge and a brick house. I think that is her actual surname, Camille Brickhouse, because she is a bodybuilder, right? She is like, imagine her against Jade Cargill. I mean, it's going to be mental. Like, there's no way that girl isn't going to be a main roster and a star, right? And Julia, so much hype online about her. So much hype. People are absolutely buzzing about her. It's been a long time since I've seen someone, probably Iyo was the last person I saw in Stardom that was getting this kind of hype. It's good. I like it. So, Sean, shout out to you. PJ said, I'd like to hear your thoughts on the Montreal Screwjob. I'm too young to have watched it. Well, the Montreal Screwjob. My thoughts on it are... where do you start, man? Where do you start? I think it was a good thing that it happened. I think it changed so much in the business. I remember watching it and it being really confusing. Dirt sheets were around, but I was not reading them. Internet was around, but I did not have access. Mobile phones were a thing, but I can't even remember if you could text or if it was just phone calls in late 97. I didn't have one anyway. My first phone I got in 99. Like 99 is the year where, you know, I'm always late to the party, right? So, but people weren't really, you know, some were switched on about what was going on, but the vast majority were just watching the shows and then talking about it with their friends. Well, I heard this, I heard that, blah 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 blah, right? And I was at school, so for me, like, it was a case of, I remember talking to my friends about it, and it was like, you were trying to work out what the hell had gone on, and what was happening. And of course, you didn't have to wait too long before we got the whole Brett screwed Brett interview and all this kind of stuff, that followed. So yeah, the Montreal Screwjob. If you get chance to watch the shows leading up to it, and then watch it, and then watch the shows after, and do it without any dirt sheets or anything like that, then you will get an experience which is like what I was going through at the time, which is kind of confusion. What the hell's going on? But obviously there's been tons of documentaries, tons of stuff that's come out. We've had, it's coming out our ears now. I feel like we know every movement of everyone that night, that moment. We know when people were jumping in cars, heading out the building. We know everything that led up to it, everything that came after it. It's got to be the most documented incident in the history of wrestling at this point, right? My feelings on it are that I feel like Brett, I feel sorry for Brett, but I feel like Brett has to take some of the blame with the Montreal Screwjob. Vince offered him a big deal and then had to turn around and say, I can't honor it, I can't honor it. But they didn't want to lose Brett, but they were not in a good financial place and they couldn't honor the deal. So Brett ended up going and seeing what WCW could offer and ended up accepting it, right? And Brett did not want to lose the championship in Montreal, right? And certainly not to Shawn. Had it have been someone different, I think he would have dropped it. But the key line that Brett keeps talking about is that he went backstage and spoke to Shawn ages before and said, just so you know, I would drop the title to you, whenever needed, whatever this bad blood is between us, I just want you to know that I would do that. I would drop the title, yeah. Push comes to shove, whatever's going on, I would do that for you. And Shawn turned around and went, I just want you to know I would not do the same. I would not drop the title to you, and this is something that was really stuck in Brett's throat. And obviously, fast forward, we find ourselves in this situation where Brett now has to drop the title to Shawn in Canada, right? Of all places, in Canada. And he does not want to do it. He's like, I'll drop it to someone else. Ideally, I'll drop it the next night. Can we find a way of making it work? I ain't dropping it here. And I sort of feel like Brett allowed his emotions to get in the way. He was going. He was off. His pride got in the way. I understand it was Canada. I understand it would sting. But he was off to WCW, His time with WWE was coming to a close. And his hatred for Shawn was so overwhelming that he just could not bring himself to put Shawn over in Montreal and put that title on him. And WWE certainly were not going to run the risk of Brett leaving with that belt, because in their minds, they may never get it back. Because don't forget, Medusa had dropped the women's title in the trash can just a few years before. The WWF women's title, she had took that to WCW and dropped it in the trash can. They were not going to run that risk with their big main championship. So you can understand WWE's position. You can understand why WWE were nervous. I get why they were nervous. I get why they were like, we've got to get the belt off him, right? I think it's a shame that they couldn't find a way of switching opponents or doing something. Had it have been anyone other than Shawn, I think he would have dropped it. All the interviews I've heard is where that quote keeps coming back of Shawn saying, I wouldn't drop it to you, and I understand that it being in Canada was a problem as well, but I think push come to shove, he would have dropped it to someone else. And actually, I've heard Brett say that he would have dropped it to someone else. So it's difficult. It's a shame they couldn't have made a late call and made a switch. It's a shame. I think Vince just thought Brett was going to do the right thing, and then it became very apparent he wasn't. And they told him the finish of the match, which would be that he would win. And then, of course, he puts the sharpshooter on and they just ring the bell early, and that's the reason for it. So, I don't know. Listen, there's people out there that are like, no, it's WWE's fault. They should have found an alternative way. They shouldn't have put him in the match with Shawn. I get that. But I do think Brett has got to take some responsibility here. He's got to take some responsibility because, you know, he allowed his pride, which, you know, is a very proud man, but he allowed his pride to get in the way. When he was leaving the company anyway, he could have dropped that title to Shawn and just walked off, you know, gone to WCW, but he didn't. He couldn't. And that's why we ended up what we ended up with, so... Thankfully, everyone's all friends now, and it's all sorted. In fact, Shawn even made a joke about it, didn't he? Because CM Punk was on NXT wearing a Bret Hart top, and he was like, really? Like, and CM Punk was like, you're all friends now, it doesn't matter. So even as of a few weeks ago, there was a little Shawn Brett fun thing, you know. They will always be two of the fiercest rivals. You know, there was so much that went on between them. So much. I mean, the hatred was very, very real. And maybe just, you know, I think we all have people in our lives that, you know, really push our buttons. And Brett just happened to find his. And had to try and work with him, and you know, in that moment, he just could not drop the title. So, yeah, fascinating. If you've never seen anything on it, I mean, you can watch Wrestling with Shadows, which is an amazing documentary. You can obviously watch. I think it's Dark Side of the Ring did something on the Montreal Screwjob, but I mean, there's so many YouTube videos on the topic. It's one of the biggest. It's one of the biggest topics in wrestling history. I don't know that anyone... the true answer is I don't know that anyone comes out of it looking brilliant. Even Triple H, who said he didn't know, and then it turned backstage, is like, I didn't know. I swear I didn't know. And then I think it turned out he did know. He did know that this was going to go down. And obviously, Vince was the one that made the ultimate call. I think Jim Cornette has come out and said it was his idea to actually do it. He's the one that proposed it to Vince. But Vince is the one that had to okay it. The referee was the one that had to call for the bell. So he jumped in the car and sped off after. Shawn was in on it as well. He knew to get the sharpshooter on. And as soon as he did, that was going to be it. Brett refused to drop the title when he could have. He could have. He could have done his job and dropped the belt, but he didn't. And, you know, that caused the problem. So, to be honest, I think everyone comes out of it just looking like a Muppet. I think it was just a perfect storm of just a load of Muppets getting together and having just one of the most infamous moments in wrestling history. But it's an amazing moment. It's an amazing moment. And one that I think will forever be spoken about. You can't really talk about the history of wrestling without talking about that moment, because really that is where we go to a whole different level. That's where the Attitude Era really, really arrives. You know, it was bubbling. It was bubbling. It felt like the Attitude Era throughout 97 was bubbling and growing and building and all this. And then that moment, I mean, that is the moment that it explodes. If you want to point to a moment. Some people might point to Stone Cold winning King of the Ring and the 316 and whatever, but I think for me it's probably the Screwjob that really takes it to that next level. But there are definitely things that build towards it. It's bubbling, it's there, it's ready to go. Maybe if that hadn't have happened, it would have been, you know, WrestleMania the following year, and that would have been the moment. Or, you know, something in the build to Mania, but I think Montreal Screwjob was what did it. So, PJ, shout out to you, dudes. Aaron, shout out to you, said, I get that it's Rock Roman and it'll be big, but let's be honest, WrestleMania 40 will end with Roman on top. Is that good? It will be a success, but long term, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, word on the street is that Roman's going to be Elimination Chamber and that Roman Cody is going to be WrestleMania 40. So I don't know. I genuinely cannot sit here and say that WrestleMania 40 is going to end with Roman on top. I really can't. I really, really can't. I stand by. I think that's where Roman loses the belt. Because I think that WrestleMania 40, this is where those kinds of moments happen. WrestleMania 10 is where Brett overcomes Yoko. You know, we had the double Rumble winners that year. And so Lex had a go at Yoko, didn't get it done. And then Brett ends up going against him, having lost to Owen earlier in the show and obviously winning. And he's on the shoulders of the baby faces. And it's all a big celebration. And then, of course, WrestleMania 20 with Chris Benoit and Eddie coming out and all that, you know, like that felt like it was a false dawn, unfortunately, you know, but that at the time felt like we were going into a brave new world. Like, you know, we had Eddie on top, we had Chris Benoit on top, and it sort of felt like we were moving past what had been before. And it felt like we were going into a new kind of era, and we were already in a new era, in all fairness. You know, we were in Ruthless Aggression, but that was a real statement that was made at WrestleMania 20. And then WrestleMania 30, of course, Daniel Bryan. Yes, Mania, Daniel Bryan finally doing it. I mean, you just look at those, and now look at the fact it's WrestleMania 40, and we've got Roman, who's been champ for years. We've got Cody trying to finish the story. I do look at it and think, like, yeah, I mean, if history is going to repeat itself, then this would be the show where Cody would be the one. This is where the story would be ended, and there would be a big celebration. And last year was the year that Cody fell short. We've already done the disappointing ending. We've already done it, and that was last year. Surely this year is the year where we get the satisfying ending. So, and the rumor mill is saying that Rock Roman is Elimination Chamber, and then that leaves Rock Cody for WrestleMania. And I just don't know that I can see Roman getting past Cody for a second year in a row. I just don't know that I can see that. So, I don't know. I'm struggling to agree that Roman leaves WrestleMania with the belt. If for some reason it is Rock Roman and the rumor mill is incorrect, then I can agree. I don't think Rock beats Roman. So if it's Rock Roman at WrestleMania, I agree. And then Cody has a shot at SummerSlam, maybe, and then tries to do it at SummerSlam. But yeah, I'm thinking that we do Rock Roman at Elimination Chamber, and we do Roman Cody at WrestleMania. That's what the streets are saying. That's what the streets are saying. In fact, I saw a video just a few hours ago from Wrestle Talk that was that very headline that Roman Rock is not planned for WrestleMania. And I clicked on it, and I didn't really get the information I was looking for, to be honest, because I wanted to know where they'd got that from. And they just said a Twitter account that has been right in the past. I don't think they actually named what that Twitter account was. So there is word on the street that that's the direction they're going. But whether that's true or not, I mean, you know what rumor mill's like. Rumor mill was that CM Punk was definitely not coming back, and then of course, boom, out he walks at Survivor Series. So everyone's gonna have to make their own minds up as to what they think is going to go down. But yeah, for me, I think because we had the disappointment last year, I'm definitely looking at this year being the year where we don't get the disappointment. And then when you look at the anniversary WrestleManias, every 10 years we tend to get something good. And WrestleMania 40 is, you know, it's got to be something extra special. It's got to be. This isn't just another WrestleMania. It's got to be extra special. But you could make the argument that Rock versus Roman would fit that bill as well. Rock versus Roman is definitely extra special as well. So you could definitely make that argument. Let's try and jump into the chat. We've got 40 minutes to go. Have we ticked on everything? We spoke about No Yeet. We spoke about Naomi. We've spoke about Mercedes, but we don't quite know where she's going. Word on the street is AEW. There was a report out earlier to say that WWE would love to have her back. But we know that anyway, because apparently she had talks with them and they couldn't reach an agreement. So I'm sure they would love to have her back, but I also think they've got a budget. I also think they've got an idea as to what they think she's worth. And seemingly she is pricing herself a little bit out of that, which seems to have angered a lot of people, and I don't know why, because she doesn't need to go back to WWE. She doesn't need it. She can go back really whenever she wants, because if she just drops her demands down to what they're offering, then she can sign the contract and go back. But if she wants a little bit more than what they're offering, I can't say I blame her for trying. I can't say I blame her for trying at all. And who knows if Tony Khan won't pay that little bit extra anyway. She might get it from Tony Khan. She might get it from AEW. So if she is still young and wants to, she's not bothered about going back yet. She can go back in a few years, 2 years, 3 years. She'll still be young. She might be able to get the money she's asking for. And then, she might think to herself, right, let's go and, wrap the career up. We'll do another 5 years in WWE and we'll wrap things up there. And then she could go back, and who knows what they'll be offering at that point, They might have got to the point where they're offering her the money she's looking for. Or she might have to accept something a little bit lower now. But I don't think at this stage she needs to go back. And I think that's WWE's problem, is that they want her more than she needs them. And so the ball is in her court, so she can kind of ask for whatever she wants. And if she don't get it, I don't think she's bothered. But that really is upsetting people. That really has got people's knickers in a twist. Which, each to their own. Welsh Warrior, shout out to you, said, Days, hear me out. Okay. What if Randy versus Roman happens at the Rumble? I think it will. And The Rock comes out and he costs Roman the title. So then it ends up being Randy versus Cody and Rock versus Roman. So I've seen this theory doing the rounds before. And it's not the worst theory in the world. Cody doesn't have to beat Roman to finish the story, right? He doesn't have to do that. I just think that for Roman to lose the title just before WrestleMania 40 and for it to end just before, I get why we're doing it. But, for it to end just before WrestleMania 40, I think that would be a little bit of a shame. Not a deal breaker, but just a little bit of a shame because, as we said, WrestleMania 40 is special. So the idea of Roman coming into WrestleMania, having lost the title and been defeated just a few months earlier, it doesn't feel quite right because he's been unbeaten for so long and he's been champ for so long that we're finally going to get to the big party. We're finally going to get to the biggest celebration. The WrestleMania 40 should be the biggest show that we have seen since WrestleMania 30, right? It should be bigger than anything we've seen for years and years and years and years and years. Whatever lever you can pull to make WrestleMania 40 special, you pull it, right? I don't care who you have to get. I don't care what money you have to spend. I'm talking Taylor Swift singing the national anthem, right? I'm talking you go cray cray, right? WrestleMania 40 has to feel bigger than WrestleMania 39, WrestleMania 38, WrestleMania 37, blah, 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 right? And I feel like for him to lose the title just a few months before would be a bit of a shame. And for him to have been defeated just a few months before, granted, by a distraction, but still a little bit of a shame. And I also think that for Cody to not be the one to get the honor of beating Roman, because Roman is a little bit like Undertaker and Undertaker's streak. I sort of feel like whoever's going to beat him is going to get a real boost. You was the one. You did it. You was the guy. You was the person that finally brought to an end this Roman Reigns title reign, right? And you could say that Randy is deserving of that, but I feel like Randy is largely about as big as he's going to get. It's hard to know if he would become an even bigger star by being the one to end Roman's title reign. I don't know. That's a difficult one. I don't know if he would be an even bigger star. I feel like Randy is massive as it is. He's already a 13-time champion. If he wins this, I think he becomes a 14-time champion. He would beat Roman. It would be at the Rumble, which would be a bit strange as well, because you don't tend to have these kind of moments at the Royal Rumble, because the whole point of the Rumble pay-per-view is the Rumble matches. So for the title reign to end at the Rumble, that's another one where you'd be a bit like, this isn't really the show for this. This isn't really where these kinds of moments happen. It doesn't mean it can't happen. It just means this isn't where they tend to happen. Traditionally, this isn't where we would do this, right? It's happened in the past. My mind goes back to, say, Warrior losing the title to Sergeant Slaughter, for example. But I think we're in a very different place to 1991. So, but we have done that kind of a thing before, but I just sort of feel like Roman should go into WrestleMania full strength with the championship and, bring all the regalia that comes with it, bring every bit of hype that comes with it. Like, WrestleMania to me is where you bring a monster heel, you bring a monster babyface, and you smash them together. That's what you do. And I think back to Hogan Andre, where that's exactly what we did, and it was biblical, right? And with Roman being that monster heel, for him to have lost the title and been defeated a few months before WrestleMania, that just doesn't sit quite right with me. It just feels like we're taking away from WrestleMania just to get to where we want to get to, which is Rock Roman and Randy Cody. So my answer to it is, for the reasons that I've given, I wouldn't go that way. I wouldn't book that. But if they did book it, it makes sense. There's no major complaints, right? It's just not what I would look to do. I think I would be quite tempted to do Rock Roman at Elimination Chamber, Rock Cody at WrestleMania, or, like Wrestle with Andy said, do Rock Roman night 1 and do Roman Cody night 2, or do Cody faces the winner on night 2, something along those lines. Because the thing is, The Rock could win and then have a match the next night. Probably won't. But because we don't expect him to stick around very long, but he could beat Roman and then go up against Cody. He wouldn't, of course. Roman would win, and it would be Roman Cody. So I think I'd be tempted to do either of those instead. The other problem you've got as well is that Randy is like a big baby face at the moment, and so you're gonna have to turn him heel and get him like really hated before WrestleMania, so that like everyone is behind Cody. That's another little problem you've got, which is, again, it's not a massive problem. Like, from a logic booking point of view, like, the pieces are there. They fit. It's just, I don't know if the picture is as satisfying as a few other pictures we could create. So for me, not what I would book. But if it is the direction they go, then so be it. That's fine. You know, they've got a few things they will have to do, though. One of them is they're going to have to turn Randy heel because if Cody's going to finish the story, he needs to be a monster heel. You need everyone chanting for him. You don't want people being disappointed when Cody wins the title. You don't want people being like, oh, I really wanted Randy to keep it a bit longer. Right? You're going to need Cody to have that full arena support. So you're going to have to work pretty hard in a short space of time to get Randy to be super, super hated. He's going to have to do some pretty devious stuff, which can be done. But you're going to have to do some pretty devious stuff to get people to turn against him. And then, you go that way. And then I don't know what you would do at Elimination Chamber. Not that it makes a big difference, but apparently they're really trying to get some big matches in place for that as well. They're really looking to get some juicy there. So that would be another thing that would have to get sorted out. What would you do for Elimination Chamber? So a few bits to mull over. But yeah, perfectly fine option. It's an option that's on the table. I agree. Gordon said, maybe have Rock win the title at the Rumble, then drop the title at Elimination Chamber back to Roman, setting up Cody Roman. See, I wouldn't do that because you're flip-flopping it around. One of the big things that we've just done that's been really successful is, Roman is the guy. He is just biblical. He is, when he walks out, there's angels singing to his, the start of his theme music. Paul Heyman was on the preview show yesterday, looking up at the heavens. He is worshipped, he is idolized, he is the tribal chief, he is head of the table. He has had this universal championship since 2020. So the idea that he would lose it, win it back, and then get to WrestleMania is too flip-floppy. For me, he needs to keep it till WrestleMania. We need to get him to WrestleMania. I really think that he needs to walk in as champion. Not losing it, winning it back and all that kind of stuff. I just think that he needs to get to WrestleMania as champion because this is the story. The story is his reign. His reign is historic. The idea that we would throw that away before WrestleMania 40, I think, is a bit sad. It's a bit... That's the bit I'm struggling with. He's got one of the longest reigns ever. Something that we never thought we would see. And we've got an opportunity for him to walk into WrestleMania with the belt, with that reign, and to put it on the line in the main event of WrestleMania. I just don't know why we would want to throw that away. So that's my feelings. As I said, there are people that are going to feel different. There are people that are going to think that he should lose it before WrestleMania so we can get where we need to get to. Or, as Aaron said, he wants him to go on and break Hogan's records at the end of the year. So, everyone's going to have a slightly different opinion on this. I suppose, in a way, there's no right or wrong answer because it's all just subjective. It's all subjective. It all comes down to your personal preference and your personal taste. So it's not like people are right or wrong. But the only thing I can do is just go, well, I wouldn't do that for this, and this reason, or I would do this for this, and this, But yeah, I'm a big believer in him going in with the belt and him going in with that reign and putting it on the line in the main event, night 2. Who's going to have their shot now? We've seen so many people try. Who's going to have their go? Who's going to try and get this belt off me now? In the main event of WrestleMania 40. It's got to be that. Surely. It's got to be that. Brony said, I think we get Randy Cody at some point if Cody wins the title from Roman at Mania, since they are both SmackDown stars. Gamer President said, do you think AJ Lee will return? I really hope so. It's hard to say because she had a bad injury. And I actually hadn't heard anything about her injury, but I've been reading a little bit more recently. We did a Sunday stream on like AJ coming back, and I said like I think there's a good chance of it. And people rightfully in the chat were like, oh, I'm not sure because she's had a bad injury. And they were right to say that because her injury was bad. And, you know, I've read since her talking about how she still suffers bouts of her hands can go a bit numb sometimes. And I don't think everything is 100%. But then we've seen some very interesting Instagram posts where she's training with CM Punk and she's putting her boots back on and she's putting a few teasers out there. Now we know what these teasers are like. You really can't read too much into them. Teasers are teasers are teasers, right? You know, they're always going to happen and you can't always bite on them. But I think that Royal Rumble's really interesting because I made this comment about Big E as well. You can like come in, do a few things, and then get eliminated relatively quickly. I mean, not too quickly where it's a disgrace, but like you've only got to be in there like 6-7 minutes. You don't want to go in and get immediately eliminated, but you can go in, stay for a few other people that come down, maybe do a bit of like, you know, double clothesline stuff, whatever, you know, nothing too strenuous. And then we've seen those kinds of eliminations where people kind of get forced through the ropes, over the ropes. They're on the edge of the ring and then they just get like bumped into and then they just like jump down to the outside. Like, you know, it doesn't need to be this big chucked over the top deal. It can just be that they go over the top rope, but they hold on. They're standing on the edge of the ring. Someone gives them a bit of a bump, a bit of a hip attack, and they just sort of jump down to the outside and they're eliminated. And that's it. You know, I mean, it's really, we wouldn't be doing it for her to show that she's still got it, right? We wouldn't be doing it for that. We'd be doing it so that the WWE universe could sort of maybe say goodbye, you know? Maybe get chance to pop when she comes out, cheer some of the things she does, and then, you know, thank her as she gets eliminated and maybe gets a bit upset and is waving to the fans. And, you know, that moment would just be incredible, wouldn't it? It'd be an amazing moment. And a lot of people would be like, oh, she's got to be at WrestleMania and all this kind of stuff. We just don't know if her body's going to be able to do it. But if there's one match where I feel that you can make sure that she is as protected as possible, it's the Rumble. It's the Rumble. Because you could, if she's in there for, say, 6 minutes, you can pretty much script that part of the Rumble out. You can pretty much make sure that everyone knows at this point, these are the people that are going to be in the Rumble. These are the things that we need you to do. You've got to be careful of AJ. No stupid moves, right? Because her neck's made of glass. So no stupid moves. She's going to do this, this, and this. She's going to help eliminate this person, this person, this person, blah, 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 blah. Done. Job done, right? That bit, you can like make sure that nothing stupid happens. And, you know, maybe you could even make sure the people that are in the ring are, you know, reliable, good hands, you know, your Natalias, people like that. Maybe you don't want to put in, like, you know, some young NXT upstart who's just going to get a bit carried away. Maybe you make sure the right people are around that can look after her. But, yeah, I mean, as long as it's all planned out, why not? Why not? Why not? I mean, maybe it's wishful thinking, but I don't think it's one of those where you go, no, there's no chance. I don't think it's one of those. I think there's a chance. I think there's a chance. But you can't sit here and go, yes, definitely she will be, or no, definitely she won't. You can't say that. We don't know. Right? We're waiting to find that out ourselves. But no, I would love to see it, and I feel good about it. There's a good chance that it could happen. A good chance that it could happen. And I thought her Instagram posts were very, very interesting. Orlando said, have you heard of a new title come in the summer? You win it like a battle royal or defend it. It has a WWE TV title name. No, I haven't heard of that at all. I have not heard of that. Where did you read that? Where was that? it's always worth putting where you put these, where you've heard these things, because you know, there's videos out there that are just absolute nonsense. Some of the stuff that I see on YouTube, which is just from completely unfounded sources. I don't even know if they're from any sources. They never say where they get the information from. I think you can always tell. You can always tell someone that's not reliable if they never mention their sources. You know, if ever I'm talking, I'll be like, I saw this on Fightful. PW Insider have reported, Meltzer is saying, you know, WrestleVotes is saying. We tend to go to the same sources. And no one's perfect, right? There's always going to be stuff that's wrong. But, for example, Sean Rossap yesterday said he was told the Triple H announcement was the Money in the Bank thing. And that tweet went out hours before the preview show. And then it turned out to be correct, right? So, as much as people want to throw shade on Sean Rossap, right? I genuinely believe he does have contacts. Because he keeps coming up with things like that, which proves to me that he's clearly got someone that he knows, right? Where they've told him, yeah, this is definitely the Triple H announcement. That's all that we're doing, right? And then that turned out to be correct. So, you know, this is why I don't have a problem with Sean, and I don't have a problem with these people, because they do come out with stuff that is proven to be correct, right? And on a fairly consistent basis as well. I mean, if they tell you that Karrion Kross has signed, I remember doing videos where I was like, I think it was Sean Fightful, Karrion Kross has signed, and then on that very show he debuted. And I think the same happened with Dexter Lumis, where they reported Dexter Lumis had signed. And so I did a video on it, not knowing that that night on SmackDown, he was going to make an appearance. And actually, there's another one that's been reported today, but it's not a very exciting one. It's one that's already done the rounds. So we won't say anything. We'll see what happens tonight. But I think there is a good chance that we do see some new faces tonight. But we'll wait and see on that. But yeah, this is why I don't mind, like, your Sean's, your Meltzers, your WrestleVotes, and people like this. In regards to, like, some of the YouTube trash that I see, you know, they come out with rubbish. The titles are rubbish. The thumbnails are rubbish. Just, I'm not saying they're rubbish as in, like, badly designed. They're rubbish in the sense of they're saying stuff that I've not seen be reported anywhere, and still haven't seen been reported anywhere. And then when you actually watch the videos, they don't cite any sources. They don't say it like, you know, oh, such and such is saying this or such and such. You can't go to do the research yourself because they don't tell you where they've got the stuff from. It's just like, you know, rumors are... people are saying, like, you know, I'm pretty sure I could find people saying pretty much anything. There's so many people talking on social media, I'm pretty sure I could find people saying anything I want them to be saying. So, yeah, I'm not saying that it's not true. I'm not saying there isn't a TV title. I just haven't seen anything on it. And I'd be interested to know where it was, like, being reported. The whole Punk thing proves you can't trust dirt sheets, said Christopher. Well, that is true, but also sort of not true, because the dirt sheets were correct. I mean, CM Punk said himself yesterday it all came together last minute. So, and I think it was Triple H that said that there was one conversation that had happened a week before Survivor Series, and other than that, the contract was signed on the day of the show. So it never leaked. Talent didn't know. Creative didn't know. So what could the dirt sheets report? You know, if the dirt sheets have said, yes, he's coming back, but they didn't have any evidence of it, I would argue that's worse. I'd argue that's worse. That's them actually making something up with no evidence. But everyone they were talking to was like, no, we've not heard anything. It's not happening. And so, but that was true. Like, that was true up until the day of the show. Now, of course, maybe with time we find out something different, but timeline-wise, that's what Triple H said in the press conference after, and it was only yesterday that CM Punk, when they were talking to him about his return, said that it had all happened last minute. He said that he was texting his family whilst driving to the Allstate Arena just to give them the heads up as to what was about to happen. So his own words were that his family didn't know, and he was texting them as he was driving to the show. So I feel like the dirt sheets get a bit of a bad rep because I put myself in their situation and I'm like, what were they meant to do? Like, if no one knew, and genuinely no one knew, had they have reported anything different, they would have just been guessing, and that's way worse. That's way worse. That's way worse than actually reporting what the news was. And the news was there was no news until, like, really it happened. I mean, the wrestlers in the ring found out just before they went out for their match. Apparently there was people in TKO that didn't even know it was happening until they saw it on TV. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. This is why I struggle to, like, stick the knife in. I mean, at the end of the day, they said it wasn't happening, and then it did happen. So if you want to look at just the big picture, if you want to just look at the headline, if you want to just look at that, then yeah, you can say they were wrong. But if you want to just dig into the detail, just a touch, just a whisper, just go below the surface a little bit, I would counter by saying, what were they meant to do? How were they meant to know? Punk would never tell them. Triple H would never tell them. And outside of Nick Khan and someone in the HR department, whoever wrote up the contract, I genuinely don't know who else knew. Don't know who else knew. I mean, I think a lot of the sources that Fightful get are the wrestlers themselves. And I think that some of the other sources might be like the road crew or the makeup people or, you know, whoever, right? Maybe some of the producers, maybe. Bits and bobs, but apparently none of them knew. None of them knew. So, you know, I don't feel a particular need to defend like the Meltzers and the Sean Ross Sapps of the world, but I think it's interesting to just look at things like that and go, yeah, I don't know what they were meant to do. I don't know how they were meant to do anything different than what they did. So I do look at that and think, like, it's a bit unfair to go in on them on that. I'm sure there's other stuff we can drag them over if we want to drag them. I'm sure there's plenty of other stuff, you know? Like that time that Fightful sent a tweet out saying, I slide my hand up your thigh. Something like this. And clearly it was a dirty message that was sent out on the wrong platform. Like, that kind of thing is something that we could maybe have an interesting conversation about. But I don't know about the CM Punk thing. But you can't escape the fact they said it wasn't happening and then it happened, can you, I suppose? Where are we? 11 minutes to go. 11 minutes to go. Are we up to date with Super Chats? Mitchell said, did you catch any matches from Wrestle Kingdom? No. It's always a great watch. Ziggler showed up. Riddler showed up the day after, and I hope that you get better. Thank you, bud. No, I didn't. I do normally have it on in the background, but to be honest, because of not feeling 100% and really wanting to make sure that I am 100% for this stream, which clearly I'm not, but I am as close as I'm going to be. No, I wasn't running the risk of staying up and watching, I think it was a 6-hour show, you know? So I didn't know. And I've not caught any highlights from it either, so I can't really say much. I do know the results. I know that Naito won the main event, which is awesome. I love Naito. Really pleased for him. And I hope he goes on to have a very successful reign. I know that Okada beats Danielson, and I know that it was a very well-received match. And I know overall the show was fairly well-received. From what I've heard, The first matches are so-so, and then the final 3-4 matches are brilliant, with the highlight being Danielson Okada, and people saying Danielson Okada is potentially a match of the year. I don't think people are as crazy about Danielson Okada as they were Omega Ospreay from last year. Just the vibe I'm getting. I think Omega Ospreay was better received, but this one still, people are saying it should be a no-brainer, 5 stars. I can't remember what Ospreay Omega got. It might have got 6 stars. Let's have a look. Wrestle Kingdom 2023 star ratings. I don't even look for star ratings anymore. Oh, has he done star ratings? Has he done? Have we got them for this year already? Ospreay Omega was 6.25 according to Dave Meltzer last year. Has he done this year's? Or is it just one of those where we're oh no. Okay. I haven't seen these. So Catch 2-2 against who? Bullet Club War Dogs was 3.5 stars. Tanahashi against Zack Sabre Jr. was 4 stars. Yuya against Yota was 4 stars. House of Torture against Umino and Kaito was 2 3/4 stars. Tamatonga against Shingo for the Never Open Weight was 4.5 stars. Coolio and Al Fantasmo winning the tag titles was 3 3/4. Al Desperado against Takahashi was 4. These aren't bad, are they? I mean, 4 stars and whatever. So it's not bad. I mean, that one was 4.5, the Tamatonga one. David Finlay, John Moxley, Will Ospreay was 4 3/4. Okada Danielson, 5 1/4. 5 1/4 for Okada and Danielson. And then Naito Sanada, 4.5. 4.5. Oh, that's a shame. 4.5. I never saw it, but I would have hoped that the main event and Naito and everything would have got 5. But no, didn't. So, I don't know. I mean, look, it looks pretty strong. Stronger than I have heard, actually. Definitely a few in there, like a 2 3/4, 3.5, 3 3/4 in those early stages. But there's a good few 4s in there in the early stages. But then, yeah, it does seem to pick up towards the end. El Desperado, 4 stars. David Finlay, 4 3/4. Okada Danielson, 5 1/4. Sorry. Naito Sanada, 4.5. So this is the big show in Japan, New Japan. It's early January every year, and every year it tends to have a match of the year contender, and it seems to have done it again with Okada and Bryan Danielson. 5 1/4 stars. So WWE set off, well, they don't care, to be honest, but you know, it's party time if they can get a 5-star match. They've only ever had like about 30 in their whole history. So Okada Danielson getting 5 1/4 is pretty impressive. But yeah, no, I didn't get a chance to watch it, unfortunately. If I was feeling a bit better, I probably would have popped it on. PS3 Mason said Rock Roman at the Chamber, Solo spikes Rock for Roman, Rock solo at Mania. Solo needs an opponent, and I could see Rock putting him over to further his push. Cena Rock would be on his beat list. PS3 Mason, shout out to you. Tom said it was by my friend to FaceTime me watching a movie. Tom, shout out to you. Your voice sounds so much better, says Joe D. Yeah, I think okay, that's good. I feel like it's definitely moving in the right direction. I think it took a little bit of warming up at the very start. I was trying to read the matches and it kind of failed. I had to go and get some water. But we've been live now for about an hour and 53 minutes. So definitely starts to feel like it's coming back. So no streams tomorrow, which is really a shame. I mean, it's so unusual for us to not do a Sunday stream. So unusual. I will make sure there's something on the channel. I mean, I've got some LOL videos that can go up, and big thank you to everyone that's been supporting those. They're pretty big for the channel because I really want to do more of them throughout the year. I've already got 33 that are ready to upload. Like, we're up to, I think, number 19, so there's still plenty that are waiting to be uploaded, but I've got up to 60 written. They just need recording and editing. But I love them because I think they're just really fun. You know, we had a good conversation about the Montreal screw job earlier. These are just 3-4 minute clips of just fun moments that you might know about or you might not know about. Depends where you are on your wrestling journey. But things like, you know, the Shockmaster debut, Bobby Heenan electrifying himself on primetime wrestling, the Edge and Kurt Angle cards backstage, you know, where it says "you suck" and it's got the arrow pointing at Kurt, which is classic. Things like Del Rio running over Santa Claus, but then really fun hidden ones as well, like the time a woman brought a megaphone to the Royal Rumble and was shouting at the wrestlers using a megaphone. That's a fun one because that never really gets spoken about, and it's a pretty fun moment. Like, that's we've done one on that as well, so we're going to keep doing those. So I'll put I don't know what the next one would be, actually. Let me have a look. I've got them all queued and ready to go, but I actually, off the top of my head, don't know what the next one would be. The next one would be number 19, and that would be... Oh, it's a good one, actually. Mick Foley finally gets The Rock. Mick Foley was always trying to get one over on The Rock and could never quite do it, and he finally does it. Finally gets one over on The Rock, and it's a really funny moment. So that would be the one that would go up tomorrow. So I might do upload that tomorrow, and then Bushwhacker Luke getting eliminated from the Rumble, which is that's a great moment as well. I might put that up on Sunday. So we've got some really good LOL moments coming up. So I might look to, do you know, one of my favorite LOL moments is a little bit off, not too far away, but it's when Triple H goes looking for Shawn. So when Shawn Michaels lost to The Undertaker at WrestleMania 25, he went away for a while, and SummerSlam was coming up that year, and Triple H needed a partner to take on Legacy. And of course, if he needs a partner, who's he going to turn to? He's going to turn to Shawn. So he had to go and find where Shawn was. And Shawn had a whole new career. And Triple H had to try and convince him to come back to wrestling. It's a brilliant moment. They're little vignettes that just played on an episode of Raw where Triple H was trying to convince Shawn to come back. But they're so good. They're so fun. That is number 25. So that'll be coming up soon. We're up to 19, so yeah, I love them, man. So as I said, a big thank you to everyone that's been checking them out and leaving suggestions in the comments, and we're definitely looking to do more of those. They've slowed a touch only because of the fact that I've not been feeling brilliant. That's all. That's the only reason they've kind of slowed a little bit. So once I'm back to full strength, then we'll get them out on a regular basis again. They're still coming out every few days, though. Chris said, what do you think, Days? Will we see The Rock tonight? No, I don't think so. Wouldn't it be good if Roman, Solo, Jimmy, and Heyman start their promo, and then when Roman says, acknowledge me, The Rock comes out? Well, it would be good, but I don't expect that. I think The Rock said what he needed to say the other day, and I think now we need to hear what Roman is going to say in response. So, seeing The Rock anytime would be good. But yeah, I'm not expecting that tonight. Right, let's go. We are working our way towards the start of the show. So we have got... Okay, they're just showing the Rock moment, of course. That's been absolutely everywhere, understandably. I mean, it really, like a bomb, just went off, didn't it? Everyone talking about it. If you smell... I saw so many people saying I didn't know where he was going with this, right? And I feel like we did. I feel like we called it pretty well, where he was naming things like booth and shall I sit at the bar, and you go, well, where else could he sit? He could sit at a table. Is he going to say head of the table? I think we did a pretty good job of figuring out where he was going with it. So they're just showing a replay. We are live with SmackDown. I need to get my notes. It was a brilliant line. Massive pop. He's got to acknowledge that, Roman. I mean, he was pretty knackered by the end of the promo. He doesn't stand a flipping chance in a match. If he can't cut a promo without losing his breath, what chance has he got of in a match? Okay, here is a vehicle pulling up, door being opened. Here is Roman Reigns, and his top says levels above. He laughs. So Roman laughs. I couldn't hear what the sound was awful for whatever Kayla said. Did she? Did she say like it was really rushed, and the sound seemed faulty? So I don't know if she said like, "What do you say to The Rock?" or something like that, and he just laughed anyway. Did anyone catch what she said? The audio was terrible. Okay, we're starting with Kevin Owens. That's what we're starting with. Aubrey said, our tribal chief is here. We acknowledge you. Remember when LA Knight called Kayla a bloodline groupie? Right, this is the final of the United States Championship Tournament. Santos versus KO should be a banger. Larry said the sound was low. What did she say? I don't know. I'll have a look. They botched the sound. They definitely botched the sound. What? Yeah, look, people are saying, what did she say? What did she say? Crowd was loud. You couldn't hear what Kayla said. What did Kayla ask? What the hell did Kayla just say? Did anyone hear what Kayla asked Roman? I thought it was, and I am only guessing, I thought it was something like, have you got a response for The Rock? And then he just laughed. Santos making his way down to the ring. This person says, good start already. Kayla asked Roman something we couldn't hear. Lol. Good job, audio. We couldn't even hear what Kayla just asked Roman. Oh, well, there we go. At least I'm not alone. She said, what about The Rock, says Big B. Is that what she said? What about The Rock? I thought I had heard the word rock in there, but I would not feel confident in, like, you know, putting my life on that. What about The Rock? Oh, yeah, Logan's on the show tonight, by the way. Logan's made his way out, and the crowd go mild. It's not a surprise. We knew that Logan was here. It's a pretty fun picture. Have you seen this? The booth. WWE 200,000 viewers for their Peacock special proves that people are no longer fooled by Triple H's big announcements or rumoured debuts. Look at this, must defend. Oh man, we should totally make those shirts. We should totally make those shirts. I'd wear that. I'd say wear that. And also, what is going on with her hand? Her hand has gone. What is going around the door frame? How's she hugging the door frame? Look where her hand is compared to her shoulder. No wonder she's crying. Her house is all ruined. Kevin Owens trying to get the early pin, but no joy. What is going on? How's she holding the plate? Her hand goes behind the door frame, but then her hand is sort of in front of the door frame. Do you know what? I don't think this is a picture. I really don't. I don't think this is a photo. Plus also, 200,000. How do they know it's 200,000 viewers? Is that what the original... Is that what this says? Where's the 200,000 viewers thing come from? Plus also, is that bad for a Peacock special? Is that bad? Isn't that the kind of ratings that Rampage is getting on, like, TV? Compared to, like, a Peacock special thing, some random show on a Thursday gets nearly the same views as Rampage, and that's a bad thing. Oh, social media, never change. Never change. God bless you. I definitely want one of them shirts, though. Definitely want, and one of them door frames. I'd love to hug the door as I walk through. Oh, here we go. Hang on. Not a flipping clue, mate. Not a clue. I'm gonna have to turn this right up. What the flip does she say? I don't think she's even talking English. Rock this past Monday Night Raw, is what she says. So the first part of her microphone, she talks and it does not pick it up, right? She talks and it does not pick it up. And then and then it comes out with Rock this past Monday Night Raw. But she rushed it too quick. She was too quick with it. I hate her. I don't really, but I hate her for messing that up. I hate whoever's... Which, you know, we need Kevin Dunn. We need Kevin Dunn. That's who we need. Oh, we're all happy he's gone until we have this rubbish. Yeah, Kevin Dunn's gone. Yeah, let's get rid of Kevin Dunn. Oh, right, well, you're going to get the WWE that you deserve now. Yeah? This is the WWE you deserve, where we're going to start getting promos that you can't even hear. Brilliant. That's all she said. Right, we are back. We was at commercial break. Jen and Lorelei, shout out to you. Apparently, only Roman heard the punchline of Kayla's joke. Yeah, apparently she's a comedian. She's actually very funny. She's very big on the stand-up scene. Well, she isn't. She's tiny. She's very small on the stand-up scene. But she is also hilarious. Roman loved it. Loved it. It is a very good advert for her stand-up show. So, Jen, Lorelei, I hope you had a very good festive period, my friends. Mitchell said, she's speaking gibberish. She must have just watched Billy Madison. I don't know. I have no... She was speaking Braxtonian. It was definitely something to do with The Rock, and it was definitely something to do with Monday, and Roman responded by laughing. So... Okay, so we're still underway with this match. Kevin Owens coming out of the gates fast. Kayla said she's going to win the title from Roman at Mania. Well, I don't know why he's laughing. Do you know what? That'd be a good meme, actually. That'd be a good meme. What did Kayla say? I heard she said something like, and then Tony feared for his life. That's what I think she said. And then Tony Khan feared for his life. And the record showed that Stephen Hawking was there. Honestly, there's a lot of fun you could have with it. Sam said, I just saw the Facebook replay of what she said when Reigns got Rock said. Oh, when Reigns got Rock said on Monday Night Raw. She said, when Reigns got Rock said on Monday Night Raw. Yeah, she seemed to say something that I don't think the microphone even picked up. She seemed to say something, and then it picked up Rock on Monday Night Raw. I think it's probably something like, what is your response to The Rock from Monday Night Raw? Something like that. I mean, we can sort of piece it together, can't we? Sort of know. What's your response to The Rock? Ha 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 ha. It just came out, which is a lot funnier. So, Santos on the edge of the ring. Kevin Owens getting up to his feet. Surely Kevin wins this. Surely. Let's see what you lot think. We'll do a poll, shall we? Russell Andy, shout out to you. Said, I could see Cody Roman main event night 1, Rock Roman night 2, with Roman beating Rock. Both Roman and Cody come out strong. Oh. So you think they finish the story night 1 and then they do a defeated Roman Rock night 2? That's interesting. Who wins? KO just saying a few words to Santos. This is New Year's resolution. KO is on his feet, going over to the corner. He's looking to climb up. He's perched. Forearm strike there by Santos. Shot to the midsection. Santos is ready to deliver a suplex, but no, he's been caught. Kevin Owens. Beautiful. Logan, a little bit concerned by what he's seeing there. Because he knows that could be him very soon. The winner will get an opportunity at Logan Paul. It's becoming the never-ending story for Cody, said Alan. Hawk said, I think Paul holds the title, then loses it tonight at Mania. Imagine the pop LA Knight would get. Chris said, do you have any comments what The Rock said this past Monday night on Raw? That makes a lot of sense, Chris. That'll do. That'll be it. John said they are putting more focus with Owens and Escobar, so it's obviously Owens, but I want to see Escobar's career and character excel, so I want Escobar. Callum said he just headbutted his hand. Lol. Spurs Gamer said, what do you think about Camille and the news that broke today from her on PW Insider? I think it makes sense. I think it makes total sense. I think she's, I don't know why. I mean, I'm guessing AEW are in for her as well. But I think if you was to look at how the women have been used in AEW, if I was Camille, I'd be going to NXT as well. Plus, you know, she's great friends with Nick Aldis. He's in a good position on the main roster. She knows LA Knight, of course, Eli Drake, where he was in NWA as well. Like, she's got some friends on the main roster. She'd have some friends if she went over to AEW, in all fairness. I mean, do you know, the big takeaway, and we said it at the time, NWA Power in the year 2000, we were doing watch-alongs for that on the channel. And we said at the time, this is something special. And it sounds weird when you say that, because I mean, it was great. It was a really enjoyable show, but to go, oh, this is somewhat special. You're like, yeah, it is. But like, it really was, because it was a show, a wrestling show that had a crowd of like 200-300 people. It had a ring. It had the crowd in like one stand. And the talent they had was Eddie Kingston, LA Knight, Nick Aldis, Camille, Ricky Starks, was there Thunder Rosa. Like, it was just a who's who of like big names now names that are in WWE and names that are in AEW, that just a few years ago were doing this little YouTube wrestling show. Granted, it was the NWA, but it was free on YouTube. You could watch it every Tuesday, an hour-long episodes, which I think might still be up, I'm not sure. But we were doing watch-alongs for it back in the year 2020. And really enjoying it. Really enjoying it. So I love her. I rate her. I think she is someone that had a hell of a long women's title reign with the NWA Women's Championship. Definitely she should go to NXT. Yeah, bring it on. I don't know how old she is, actually. I don't think her age is a problem. Meal... I think Brickhouse is her surname. Yes. She's 31. Living the dream. 31. So, Kevin Owens landed on Santos on the outside. So yeah, I love it. I'm a fan of hers, and I wish her all the very best. King Yeti said Kayla has got a great Kizani impression. Very good. It was bang on. Roman enjoyed it as well. That's why he was laughing. Santos charging over. Double knees. He's got Kevin Owens up in the corner. Santos. Head scissor takeover. Goes to the outside. Kevin Owens is down in the middle of the ring. This match has been going on for quite a while. 20 minutes in. Frog splash was a bit messy. You would think he would be able to do a better looking frog splash than that Santos Escobar. For some reason, he just seemed to get his timing a little bit off there. Kevin Owens rolling over to the side of the ring. Logan sucks is the chant from the fans. Logan jumps up off the commentary table. Logan sucks is the chant. Big boot there by Santos. Kevin Owens in the corner. Shots coming into the midsection there by KO. Headbutt by KO as Santos goes down. Why would you ever want to listen to what Logan is going to say about professional wrestling? Oh, planting Santos down. Going for the pin. 2. Kick out by Santos. So, like a rolling senton from the middle rope by Kevin Owens. And a kick out there by Santos Escobar. This match continuing. Logan says they've both got cool tattoos. This is the kind of insight that you're missing out on if you're not listening to the commentary. Kick to the midsection. Roll up, though, by Santos. Goes for the cover kick out by Kevin. Super kick coming in, but misses by Santos, but connects by Kevin. Hurls Santos against the ropes, looking for that pop-up power bomb, but reversed. Lovely. Hurricanrana by Santos, but he gets caught by the pop-up powerbomb. Kevin Owens in control. Feels like the beginning of the end. Kick to the midsection. Stunner! Santos goes down. 1, 2, 3. Kevin Owens wins. So there we go. It's going to be KO against Logan Paul. Let's see what he's going to say then. Logan's got a microphone. This will be good. It'll be a good match. I mean, I don't think Logan's defended since winning the belt, actually. You're going to face the greatest United States champ in history. I haven't even broken a sweat, and I've retained my title for 62 days. You thought a Canadian could have the US Championship? You beating me for the US title is like the Canucks winning a Stanley Cup. Got a big reaction in the crowds. Forearm strike. Logan gets knocked out by Kevin Owens. He just wallops him. KO not interested in talking anymore. Kevin Owens, Logan will be good. It's the match I was hoping that we were going to get. It's the match people were expecting. 87% of you thought that Kevin Owens was going to be victorious. And he was. Question. Does KO beat Logan? I don't think so. I don't think so. Again, you know, we're so close to WrestleMania 40. I think that you do it there. Really, the Rumble pay-per-view is about the Rumbles. The matches underneath, title matches. You know, sometimes we don't even do, like, big title matches underneath. We have in recent years. But there's been plenty of times where we haven't defended, like, the WWE Championship and stuff like that. We do, like, say, the mid-card belts and the women's titles, and then we do the 2 Rumble matches. But the past few years, we have been defending, like, the big championships. But I'm struggling to see Roman lose. I'm struggling to see Logan lose. Maybe get some movement on the women's belt or a mid-card belt. Or a tag belt. But yeah, this close to WrestleMania, I think you'd go with that. Certainly with those two. Roman's been champ for so long, and Logan's such a big star, social media star. I just think you're going to want him to have the belt all the way up to WrestleMania, because he can be talking about it on his show. Bragging about the belt. We saw him just the other day, like, didn't he, like, trade the belt for, like, a Super Bowl ring? I saw something about it. It was stupid. But it got traction. People were talking about it, that he traded the US title for a Super... Clearly he didn't, because he's got it here tonight, but it's certainly got people still talking, you know? He can just keep doing that all the way to WrestleMania, so this is why I don't think KO's going to get it. Oh, here's Bibbs. Here's Bibbidi Bob. Oh, this is good. They're all in suits. This is good. I thought we were going to have to watch a Bobby Lashley match, which is okay, but I would rather not. Not if it hasn't been, like, built up. I'd like a team name, please. And where's B-Fab, you cowards? The almighty Bobby Lashley with the Street Profits. All 3 of them do the... Da 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 bum bum bum. Almighty New Year. You see, Almighty could be the name of the group that they go with, but that's not what was on the graphic as they came out. They've called them Bobby Lashley and the Street Profits. Triple Threat hasn't started yet. Yeah. Did B-Fab get released? No, don't believe so. Cross moment, says the man. I'd love to see LA Knight beat Logan. Did Matt and Reba really break up? Don't know. Don't know. Is that what the internet is saying? Please stop speculating. Matt and his wife getting a divorce. I don't even know where this has come from. Oh. Well, there's a picture of him kissing her on 31st. And then an image of her on her own on the 1st. I don't know. That could just be a work, couldn't it? Honestly, don't know. There's a couple of messages on their Instagram thing. One says like December 31st, Matt's giving her a kiss, and then January 1st, she's just like staring off into the distance. Could just be a lover's tiff as well, couldn't it? Even if it is anything. The other thing I was going to say, if you have got like some really good Twitter, don't tell me here, right? Because I will not remember. But if there's some really genuinely funny Twitter accounts, you know, people that put out regular fun content about wrestling, memes and stuff like that, I put a post up earlier. I'd like to get some more responses to that, because I whenever I go through my feed, it's all super serious stuff, and I'd like to take some of those fun tweets and give the people that put them out the credit, but like, you know, put them onto like the community thing, like stuff that's funny. I put one out earlier that was like Becky and The Rock, which really made me laugh, and it was from Becky's account. And it's Becky chatting to The Rock, and she's like, one of us is asking the other about how they should beat up their cousin. And it was Becky and The Rock having a little backstage chat. It was a really fun tweet, I thought. And I was like, man, I'd love to do like get some more of these out there. But whenever I go through my feeds, it's all like super serious news reporting stuff, which is fine. But I've definitely got scope. I've definitely got room to open that door a little bit wider and let in some of the more fun side of the wrestling community in, which, to be honest, I don't really ever engage with. But I'm definitely open to, like, you know, finding some of those fun accounts. But yeah, so recommendations, really. Don't put them here because I will forget. But there was on my Twitter account, Wrestling Days YT, at Wrestling Days YT. I did used to have at Wrestling Days, but then it got removed because I was sharing links to these streams and they thought I was sharing links to the actual shows. So it got took down for that reason. In fact, my Twitter account is quite low of followers. It's about 4,000. It's because I've had to start it 3 times. Because they keep getting deleted. Because they keep thinking I'm sharing links to the shows, even though they're links to these streams. It's very frustrating. But yeah, I put a post out earlier just saying, like, can you give me some recommendations? I didn't get loads of recommendations, to be honest. Did not get loads. It said, what are some of the funniest wrestling Twitter accounts? I follow a lot of news sites and not enough of the fun stuff. So if you know any, let me know on that tweet, and I will start trying to follow some of them. Matt Hardy is trending. LA Knight is trending. Meltzer is trending. Mercedes Moné is trending. And Smackdown is trending. Dort Knight said, I don't care about wrestlers' personal lives. Neither do I, unless it's Liv Morgan getting arrested. Here is Logan. It's Kathy Kelly. So, Royal Rumble, Logan against KO. Here's Grayson and Theory. They've come to Logan's aid. Cameron Grimes. So Grayson and Theory are there for Logan. And Cameron Grimes. It's a bit random, weren't it? Right, here is Bobby and the Street Profits. Welcome to New Year's Revolution. Timothy said, do you smell something cooking at the head of the table? I do. It's exciting. Roman doesn't seem too bothered, but it is exciting. Results I wish I would have wanted. So he's talking about last year not being great for him and not getting the results he wished he would have wanted, which doesn't make sense. He wished that he wanted those results, but he didn't want those results. But he didn't get those results anyway. We're going to take everything we deserve in 2024. Okay, well, you need a team name and you need BFAB. Montez says, listen to Bobby. Bobby Chan. Bobby Chan. That is not a great promo from Montez, is it? He seemed a bit clumsy. Dawkins might be the best promo in the ring. So Bobby said he's going to be in the Rumble. Here we go. Do you see the vision? The end is here. Right, well, that's the show, guys. Thanks for watching. Here is Carrion. Scarlett. Scarlett's got dark hair. Paul Ellering has come out. Paul Ellering has come out. And there's the authors. The authors attack. The authors of pain are in the ring. We knew they were coming back. They've been signed for a long time. And Bobby and the Street Profits are being attacked by Carrion and the AOP. Now, is this like heel faction against heel faction? How does this work? Who am I meant to be rooting for? Super Collider by the AOP. It's great to see them back. I love Authors of Pain was so good. I don't even know why it didn't work out last time. Ooh. Carrion, like, sort of like riptide in, but actually then just sort of dumping Bobby down. That looked brutal. Akam, Razor, the AOP. It's been a little while. Their manager, of course, the great Paul Ellering, who is a legend. Former manager of the Legion of Doom. If you go back to SummerSlam 92, that dude came down to the ring with LOD. He used to be the manager of the Road Warriors, which was Legion of Doom, outside of WWE. Legion of Doom, Road Warriors, widely regarded as the greatest tag team of all time. So the fact they've got Paul Ellering as their manager, and look at that, decimated, mate. Decimated. Bobby down, Montez down, Dawkins down. This looks bad for all of Friday Night Smackdown, says Corey Graves. So we are back to a two-man booth as well, by the way. Amazing EH30, shout out to you. Whatever Cross did looked awfully dangerous, said Joe. It did look dangerous, didn't he? That first bit that looks like a riptide, that looked fine. And then he just seemed to go, ugh, and chucked him on his head. I agree. I agree. It did not look fun at all. Oh, got him up. Got him up. Chuck him down. Deaded. Perhaps he just got a bit overexcited. For those that aren't watching, so there might be some that are like, what? Authors of Pain, AOP, what's going on? Who are these boomers? Well, don't you worry. We've got an image of these boomers. Okay, you only... well, some of the stuff on social media is just wild, man. I'm trying to find a picture of the Authors of Pain. And there is, like, a dude on a chair, naked. And as he goes past, like, a load of stuff just comes out of his backside. I mean... thankfully, that's not what I'm showing you. There was a moment where I was like, wow, I've just had to suffer this. I feel like you should suffer this as well. But I've not shown you that because I don't want to be shut down. But here's the Authors of Pain with the Street Profits about to do their Super Collider. There's probably a better image here. That is a better image, actually. Look at that. Look at that. Look at Ellering. There's a lot going on here, isn't there? In all fairness, there's a lot of people. Are we going to have to start using Scarlett as a wrestler or something? Like, we can't really have two valets, can we? They look good, though. Big, aren't they? Those three at the back. Look at that as a... Look at them. It's just all meat. Everywhere's just meat everywhere. Michin. Time for Michin. I like her music, man. Anna. Iyo versus Michin. AOP, Cross, and company legitimately look cool. It's not good for Lashley's trio if we're looking to present them as the scariest new faction. They get overshadowed in that category. That's true. And honestly, I don't know who we're meant to root for as well. I'm going to check this on the second channel, I think. Feels like a second channel video. So, news coming out of SmackDown. We've got a new tag team emerge. This isn't the biggest surprise in the world because this tag team, I think they've been signed to WWE for like 12 months or something stupid. So we've been waiting so long to see where these guys are going to show up. And of course, it was teased the other week with that little vignette. And it's finally happened anyway. Authors of Pain, AOP, they are here. They came out with Karrion and Paul Ellering, and they attacked Bobby Lashley and the Street Profits. I mean, this group looks very, very interesting. The only thing I don't understand is who we're meant to root for, because this doesn't strike me as a face team. And Bobby and the Street Profits didn't strike me as a face team when they were in the ring cutting a bit of a promo. So it's a bit of a weird feud. I don't know if this is just a way to introduce them and they're now going to move on to something else. But I would imagine Bobby and the Street Profits are going to want revenge. So, I don't know. I find this to be a bit of a weird feud. But the bigger takeaway is that Paul Ellering, the former manager of the Road Warriors, the Legion of Doom, obviously former manager of AOP as well when they were in NXT, he is back. He is with the Authors of Pain. The Authors of Pain are back. They are all with Carrion and Scarlett, and this looks like a scary new group. I wonder if they've got a name. Has anyone got a name anymore? All these factions keep arriving, but no one's got a name. Has anyone got it? Have I got a name? Has anyone got a name? I can't believe we still haven't found a name for Bobby and his group. I mean, Almighty would probably be the one that feels like the front runner. You could go Hurt Profits or Street Business or, you know, whatever. But they just haven't committed to anything for whatever reason. I don't know why. And where's B-Fab? Do you think it's going to be one of them where we are going to do a feud and Scarlett's going to be a bit of a problem because none of the guys can hit her, of course. And so they're like, we've got a Scarlett problem. And then that's when we introduce the solution. Okay, Michin is making her way down to the ring. She's waiting. This is for the Women's Championship. Match flow. Aren't they Seth's disciples? They were for a hot minute, yes. Two weeks ago on Smackdown, it was Michin and Bianca, Shotzi, Zelina taking on Damage Control on the Christmas episode. Didn't Scarlett used to be blonde? Yeah, like I think the last time we saw her. Oh yeah, God, I forgot about them. Isla Dawn and Alba Fire arrived, didn't they? I forgot about that. Completely forgot about that. Isla Dawn and Alba Fire. That allowed Michin to secure the pin on Iyo, which provided her with this opportunity. I just needed to remind everyone who Michin is. Well, this lady's going to remind everyone who Iyo Sky is, because that's who making her way down to the ring now. Oh, okay, there's that. I was wondered where Damage Control were. They were actually behind her. I was looking at her, I was like, is Damage Control with her? But they are. They're just really in the background. So, Iyo Sky against Michin is the match that we've got coming up. I'm going over. I'm trying to get into the chat right now so that I can ask the question as to who you think's going to win. I feel pretty good that it's going to be Iyo retain, and I'll be shocked if we get a new champion. Who leaves as champion? Is it going to be Iyo or is it going to be Michin? Lashley's trio are in a tough spot. You can't turn them face in this feud because that contradicts the entire goal of the faction. They were put together to turn Street Profits heel. I would just go heel versus heel, says Ellis Stubb. Edward said, I think Roman will face Randy, AJ, and LA Knight in a fatal four-way at the Rumble, and Roman will respond to The Rock tonight. Thoughts? Well, he got asked about The Rock earlier and sort of laughed it off. I don't know. There may be something else. I don't know how much we're going to do with that. He seems to find the whole thing ludicrous. So I don't know that he's going to engage too much. I think he'll be more interested in focusing on who his Rumble opponent's going to be. And it could be all three. Yeah, could be. I think personally, I would, I'm always someone that would rather just have a one-on-one match. So personally, I would rather it just be Randy on his own and we just do one-on-one. But, it doesn't really matter if I'm going to be brutally honest, because I don't think whoever it is going to win. So I don't think whoever goes up against Roman's picking up the victory. So you could do a triple threat, you could do a fatal four-way, it could be AJ, it could be LA Knight, it could be Randy. I'm pretty confident that Roman comes through it. Iyo has got Michin, hurls her against the rope. She grabs onto the rope. Iyo charges over. Michin moves out the way. Iyo spills to the outsides. Michin goes through the ropes and lands onto Iyo. Don't think I like Michin's ring gear, to be honest. Did she come out with the bandana thing over her face? I always liked that. Don't know if she did. She might have done. I think this ring gear just looks a bit too professional. I sort of feel like she is someone that should be a bit more maybe Lita-esque. Like a bit more kind of, I don't know, music's a bit more street, I think her name as well used to be in like graffiti and whatever. I think she used to wear like kind of baggier kind of trousers. Don't know, it's a different look for it. It's not sitting quite right. It's a difficult one. I think I'd definitely try and get her back to being a bit more casual. Don't know that this is the right vibe. Either way, I don't see her winning, and many of you don't either, because at the moment our poll has got Iyo at 85%, and that is, we've had 200 votes. 200 votes, and you lot are leaning towards Iyo with 85%. Sunny, shout out to you. I hope you are well. George said a super chat. Okay. Let's go down some super chats. Mitchell said, Days, can you please make that Ellering face? I feel like it's something like that. I actually couldn't see it because I was looking at you. So I couldn't see how accurate it was. but I channeled my inner Paul Ella in, and I feel like it'd be there or thereabouts. Right, we are back underway with Michin. Throwing in some quick kicks and strikes. Oof. Little sloppy, but hey-ho. Oof. Knee strike there by Michin. She's done her hair as well. I mean, it's quite... She's gone grey. She's dyed it grey with blue on the ends. She's trying to gut wrench, and she manages to do it. She gets Iyo over to the corner. Now she's decided to tie her hair up. That looks a bit better, actually. Cannonballing into the corner. Going for the cover. Kick out by Iyo. And now the hair has been set free again. She's working on the arm. Iyo with an open palm strike. She goes over to the corner. Jessica Carr has to move out the way as Iyo comes over. Kick to the back there by Michin. Back elbow by Iyo. Kick coming in by Iyo. And double knees by me. That was good. I like that. Double knees by Michin. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. So, boom. Oof. Brutal. Now she's managed to get Iyo. She's trying to get her into a Boston Crab. Single leg. Single leg Boston. Look at that. Oh, man, she's really got that. She's got that leg really satisfyingly deep. She's got it quite close to the joint. Pulling back on that. Oh. Sometimes you can see where they just grab them around the ankles. The torque doesn't look that impressive. When you get it, like, deeper towards the knee, oh, it looks so brutal. Sometimes the simplest moves, the OG moves, can look so good if they're done right. She had that on quite nice. On the outside of the ring, then, we've got Michin and Iyo. Iyo getting round the back, looking for a German. Boom! Gets it. Bridges. I don't know why she's bridging, because you ain't going to pin her there. That's on the outside, technically on the outside of the ring. But she Germaned and she bridged. Perhaps she did it so she didn't fall off. Top right missile drop kick. Nice. Michin goes over to the other side. Oh, do you know what we've not been doing? We've not been voting on the matches. Completely forgot, didn't I? Flip. How many matches have we missed? Have we only missed one? Oh my god. Dragon suplex by Michin. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Iyo. I'll tell you what. I think we've only missed one. So let's do a quick poll. What did you score, Santos? What did you score, Santos? And Kevin Owens. Don't forget, try to only vote for the top option like once a show. Unless it's a like banger after banger after banger. But the very top option should be used sparingly. So, was it an all-time? Was it great? Was it good? Was it... So, this is for Kevin Owens, Santos Escobar. Vote on that. We're still underway with this match. Once this match is done, then we will vote on this one. And I don't think there's been another match. Going over. Hooking the arms of Iyo. She's going to go for a Styles Clash. Wow! She gets it. Michin. 1, 2. And Iyo just grabs the rope. Wow, and I love her eyes. Iyo's eyes are like... Her whole life is flashing before her eyes. She should have put her away with that, really. She should have put her away. I mean, granted, that's probably the only thing she could have done. That's the only thing she could have done. But she just styles clashed her from the middle rope. Double... Brutal. Brutal from Iyo. Double knees by Iyo. Iyo in the ring. Charging over. Double knees again. She's walking over Michin. Bouncing up. Looks like she's about to put her away. Beautiful moonsault. 2, 3. Done. Done, done, done. So, get your votes in for the first match. What did you think of Kevin Owens Santos? That's what we're voting for at the moment. Kevin Owens against Santos. We've had 170 votes. 172, it's still ticking up. 176. How many people? Nearly 1,000 people watching. You can vote. Come on, stop being lazy. We're at 186. Can we get that to 200 and then I'll close that and then we'll vote on the next one. We're only 12 away. 200 would be a good sample size. Looks like it's going to be coming out at good. Boom. Okay, we're going backstage. Paul Heyman. Are you going to react to The Rock? The Rock name drop Roman. The Rock wants to sit at the head of the table. To sit at the head of the table, one must be invited. And he has not been invited. There's two ways of going viral. Date Taylor Swift or call out Roman Reigns. What about if you call out Taylor Swift and go on a date with Roman Reigns? That would probably work as well, wouldn't it? CM Punk comes back after 10 years. Welcome back. He said he upgraded from best friend to advocate and from advocate to wise man. So Paul Heyman saying he might be the original OG guy, but I upgraded. I like that. That's great. That's great. Heyman saying that Roman's going to smash whoever's in his way. Not one man on the face of this planet that can beat Roman. We started doing this now. Don't know why we're doing this. He also spoke about the escalator of relevancy yesterday. What the hell's that? The escalator of relevancy? And now we started looking up at the heavens. Like Roman's dead. That was good by Heyman, but it's always good by Heyman. When is it never good by Heyman? Okay, coming up next is going to be Butch and Question Mark taking on Pretty Deadly. I'm thinking Tyler Bate, to be honest. Could be Sheamus, but I'm thinking Tyler Bate. If it's Ridge, that'll be rubbish. Bishop said, I've got a quick question. Do you think they could do like they did with Roxana, build it up for a year, and then do the match at 41? I don't think so. The reason why I say that is because I think The Rock's schedule is a real problem. I mean, Rock Cena was, you're going back to WrestleMania 28 and 29, and I feel like The Rock is in bigger projects now, doing bigger movies now. I mean, this is 12 years later. I feel like maybe back then we were doing Tooth Fairy stuff and bits like this, but you know, he's been in some big projects now. I think you've just got to get a window with The Rock and try to make it work. And for whatever reason, they've tried and failed a few times. I mean, word on the street is they wanted to do it at 38, couldn't get it done. Then they tried for 39 and again couldn't get it done. And now it looks like they've got a window. Looks like there's an opportunity to do it. So I think this is where it might become a problem, because the truth is, WrestleMania will always be there for The Rock. That's part of the problem. There's a WrestleMania every year, and we will always say yes to The Rock having a match. So if it doesn't happen this year, you can do it next year. If it doesn't happen that year, you can do it the year after. If it doesn't happen that year, you can do it the year after, right? So this is why I think it's quite easy to put WrestleMania off. It shouldn't be, but I think it's quite easy because every year you can do it. But things like Black Adam, that opportunity is only going to come across once. You're only going to get the chance to do that part once. You're not going to get it again next year, and the year after that, and the year after that, and the year after that. So I think this is the problem, that he can say that he'll leave like 2025 WrestleMania free. But who knows if a project won't come up that's just too good, too tempting, that he just can't turn down. So this is why I think it's going to be a bit tricky to do it a year in advance. I think you've just got to, when the window presents itself, when the opportunity is there, when he's been able to move things around, or that red hot project just hasn't presented itself, that's the year to capitalize. And it feels like this is the year. It feels like this is the year. Well, here's Damage Control celebrating with Iyo backstage. Let's end this poll. So Iyo beats Michin. WrestleLandy said, I feel like The Rock won't wrestle unless it's the main event of Mania, similar to if Conor fought in the UFC. It wouldn't be anything other than a main event now. Kabuki Warriors winning the tag championships next. And Dakota says, well, Bailey, you're going to win the Rumble. So Damage Control looking to take over. Oh, here's Bianca. You're not going to win the Rumble because I'm entering. So Bailey's in. Bianca's in. I'm going to win the Rumble for a second time, says Bianca. Oh, they don't like her. They don't like what she's saying. Happy New Year. Iyo said, if you're the leader, you've got to take care of Bianca. Bailey's like, all right. They've got a Bianca problem. Right, here we go then. Pretty Deadly. Versus Butch and a mystery person, which I'm really hoping is Tyler Bate. And I'm hoping Butch comes out as Pete Dunne. And I'm hoping Tyler Bate isn't doing all this weird, like, vegan thing. I love that big mirror ball they have in the ring. It looks awesome. Oh, still Butch in it. And he's still coming out to brawling brutes. And his thing is still Ridge Holland. Come on, man. We've had 2 weeks. We did a stupid best of show last week. We could have definitely changed the graphics. Come on, Tyler. Yep. Time for the big strong boy. Oh, man. Look at the smile on his face. It's been a long road. 2017, he won the UK Championship in that tournament. And here is Tyler Bate making his way down to the ring on SmackDown with Butch. Butch and Tyler Bate go back 12 years. This was the final. Back in 2017. Not much of a reaction, but... you know, I think the vast majority of fans just watch Raw and SmackDown. Certainly don't think they're really watching NXT UK. And some will have seen him. You know, there was a little reaction there. Some will know him from NXT. But to be honest, he hasn't done tons in NXT. He's not been like NXT champion or, you know, we don't even see him on a weekly basis. Carmelo, Trick, Braun, Elia, they tend to get focused on a bit more than like Tyler Bate. In between the legs, it's an all-English affair right now. Look at this. Tyler Bate, Butch, Pretty Deadly. Roll up there by Tyler. Drop kick. Tyler Bate with the SmackDown debut, said Daniel. He's impressing him. He is still vegan. He is still vegan. Well, I knew he would be vegan, but... it's weird, isn't it? Because I just think what we were doing with both of these guys back in 2017 is better than where we are now in 2024. Butch was the bruiserweight, and he was called Pete Dunne. And Tyler Bate was like this 19-year-old kid who was like a real throwback. He had just blue trunks. He had like a little moustache. He was like pretty jacked for his age. And he just like was this real exciting young up-and-comer, you know? And now we've got Butch. And we've got Tyler Bate doing like this vegan sort of thing, meditation, connecting with the earth, connecting with his chi, zen, all this kind of stuff. Don't know. I think that is who he is. I think he is genuinely into those things. I just don't know if it's going to make for a great gimmick for a professional wrestler. We'll find out, won't we? We'll find out. Kappa Owen, shout out to you, my friend. Said, Days, thanks for the humour and the fun. I hope you get well and that your 2025 is FIYAH. Fire. As WWE is right now. I thought that FIYAH stood for something, but I think it is just fire, and you wanted to emphasize it, and I appreciate that. And I also hope my 2025 is going to be great, but I need to get through 2024 first. But Kappa, shout out to you, buds. I hope you are enjoying Smackdown. We've only got 45 minutes to go. I tell you what we'll do is we will do some halftime scores, even though it's not halftime scores. We're a little bit late, but we'll get a little taste as to what people are thinking about the show. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. I was just reading Hasib's comment. I like Hasib's point. Hasib said, Days, would you agree that if Roman Rock happens, it'll be the most iconic WrestleMania match since Cena Rock? You know that one that we look back on, I don't think we've had one since then. And I was thinking, I mean, obviously Daniel Bryan winning is iconic, but I don't think the match is. It's a triple threat with like Batista and Randy Orton and Daniel Bryan, and I don't think the match is all that, to be honest. It's really him winning, isn't it? So we didn't know that was going to be the main event, but we did. So yeah, I agree. I wouldn't count that. I agree. I think the most iconic thing from 31 is Seth cashing in. I think the match with Roman and Brock was fine, but yeah, I agree. It's not iconic. The iconic thing is Seth stealing it. 32 is that Triple H Roman? Is that Triple H Roman? And then 33 is Undertaker Roman, which was not good. 34 is Brock Roman again. 35 is pretty iconic, the women. But the match is not amazing, and the ending is a botch, isn't it? So that's not brilliant. But I've got to say, probably it does tick the iconic box. But yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about main events that are of the caliber of Hogan Andre, or of the caliber of Rock Hogan, or the caliber of Rock Cena, you know, or the caliber of Shawn Undertaker, like those kinds of big, monumental, huge, Ultimate Warrior Hogan at WrestleMania 6 type things. Yeah, I think that it's been a while since we've had one of those. But I would give a shout to the women main eventing at 35. I'd give a shout to that, but yeah, I don't know if that's quite the same as like Hogan Andre. Airplane spin by Tyler Bates, so I would agree. Score wise, we've got a lot of 6s, 4s, 6.5s, 7s, 8s, not many 8s, 6.5, 6. That seems to be where we are. People are a little bit down on this. We've still got some good stuff to come, though. We've got 40 minutes left to go. I wouldn't bail on the show because we've got that big main event as we try to figure out who Roman's going to be facing. And I don't know if we're not going to be hearing from Roman as well. Roman's here, so he's going to make his presence felt. We've only heard from him once. Butch gets pushed. Roll up there. 1, 2. Handful of tights. Butch kicks out. Pretty Deadly coming over, grabbing Butch, but Butch working on the arm. So the crowd loved the aeroplane spin just from Tyler. We know that Tyler and Butch are going to work. Bop, bang, boom. Bop and bang, and now they're working together. Kip gets planted. 1, 2, 3. It's a pin and a win for Butch and Tyler. Over in Impact, you know that Trent Seven's just got a little tear of pride running down his cheek. It was Trent Seven and Pete Dunne and Tyler Bate that were British strong style as a trio. And to be honest, it's a real shame that we don't have that trio, but at least we've got these two together. I think they can make a really good tag team. Will they call them Mustache Mountain, do you think? Nah, they won't. There's no mustaches anymore. They'll have to call them Butch Bait. Butch Bait! Let's go! I heart Butch Bait. Let's go. Price, shout out to you, my friends. Spurs Gamer said, I heard a massive spoiler about Roman for tonight and I didn't expect it. Want to know where I read it? No, I don't want to know anything about spoilers for tonight. I'll just watch it. There's only 39 minutes left. You would much rather have Roman in a 50-50 fight than a 10% chance of winning. It's meant to be hard for Roman, not a walk in the park. No, it's not meant to be hard for Roman. We're meant to be finding out who the true champion is. We're not meant to be making it harder for Roman. We're meant to be finding out who is the man. To be the man, you gotta beat the man. Just like in boxing. You know, in boxing, we don't try and make it harder for Tyson Fury by chucking other boxers in, do we? We have them go one-on-one to try and figure out who's the man, who's the guy, who's the champ, who is the person that rightfully should be walking around and calling themselves champion. And that's always my problem with multi-man matches, is that you can't find, like, the true answer, because there's always going to be luck involved, because someone can pin someone and become champion, and the champion doesn't even have to be pinned. So that's why I'm just not a fan of multi-person championship matches, because I don't think you find that answer. So for me, I want it to be one-on-one. Let's get an answer. Who's the man? Is it Randy? If it is to be Randy. Or is it Roman? Who's the one that deserves to wear that belt? The idea of making it hard for Roman, where's that come from? What's that about? Why are we doing that? Wrestle Andy said, if The Rock does wrestle, then he probably had the best WrestleMania resume ever. The Austin trilogy, Cena 2 years, Hogan, and now Roman. Yeah. Yep, I'd have to agree. No filler, all killer. Ed said, how are you feeling? I hope you are feeling better. I feel good within myself. I just cannot get rid of it out of my throat and my nose. This cold, I just cannot shake it off, whatever I try. I've tried resting, I've tried sleeping, I've tried Lemsips, I've tried ibuprofen, I've tried Vicks Vapor Rub. The only thing I've not tried is like gargling salt water, but I read that that doesn't really work. It's like, you know, you can try it, but it's not meant to be like the be all and end all. And I'd rather not, because I'm not a great gargler, to be honest. There's a good chance I'll choke. So I think I'd rather avoid the risk of choking. I mean, imagine that. Did you hear that world famous Did you hear that the world famous, very attractive, very funny YouTuber Wrestling Days passed away because he choked whilst he was trying to gargle salt water? I mean, that's just not how I want to go. It's just not how I want to go. That's not how I want this story to end. It's meant to be like orgies, you know what I mean? Hardcore drugs, the kind of stuff that Tony Khan's on. You know, it's meant to be that. It's not meant to be that blooming choked on gargling salt water. So that's why I've not gone down that road. But pretty much everything else I've tried. But I think there is a little bit of movement. I think it's getting a little bit better. But yeah, we'll have to see. I will do so my plan is that I'm not going to do a stream tomorrow, which is very unusual for a Saturday, and I'm hoping that it'll be the only Saturday that this year we don't do a stream on. But I will probably put up a LOL video, or who knows, there might be a bit of news or, you know, something. I'll try and get something onto the channel. It will just break my heart to not have anything on the channel. At the very least, there will be a LOL video. And then on Sunday night, we will do our usual Sunday stream. So we will do a Sunday stream. There will be a Sunday stream. So we'll do that. And hopefully by then, Backstreet's back. Backstreet's back, all right. That's what I'm saying. So we'll see. Big time days. People seem to forget the mainstream coverage Rock Roman at WrestleMania will get. From marketing, billboards, talk shows, and publicity, getting non-wrestling fans and other outlets talking. Yes. Yes. It will. It'll get a lot of hype. It's the biggest match I think you can make. It's the biggest match I think you can make. And honestly, if they do that instead of Cody, then so be it. You know, Cody's story will just have to get finished at SummerSlam if that's what we're going to do. You can understand it. You know, people might want to cry about it, but it's The Rock. You know, everyone still wet themselves. People might not want it, like certain wrestling fans might not want it over the Cody match, but pretty much everyone still wet themselves when he came out with that head of the table line on Monday, you know? Once it's happening, and it's, you know, 171 million views for The Rock. 171 million views. A new social media record. Jesus. Wasn't Punk like 100 million? Is this Ashanti? I've been struggling. I don't know what my place is. Yeah, it is Ashanti. Don't feel sorry for me. I need an opportunity. Love it. Give him one. I don't feel sorry for you. Because I believe in you. Okay, let's go. I can get behind Ashanti. That might be my guy. That might be my guy. Do you know what I mean? He's really been through it, innit? He got put in hit row. He managed to not really get any on him. And now everyone's left him. And so he's on his own. And he's like, I'm hungry, man. I'm starving. My ribs are showing. Just give me opportunity. I could get behind that. He's got that underdog vibe, you know? Go on, Ashanti. Go on, mate. Go on. Hope they've got something good for him. I like that. I like that. The guy said, Ashanti, I was not expecting that. I thought WWE was just going to forget about him. That's why I'm sort of rooting for him. Because he is definitely someone that you could just forget about. And I'm rooting for him as a result. Hey, oh God, guys, I forgot again, didn't I? We've got to score that last match with Butch and Tyler Bate and Pretty Deadly. Oh God, I need to get my head in the game. This is what we do now. We score matches after each one, and we're going to try and keep a record. So, Pretty Deadly against Butch and Tyler Bate. Get your scores in for that. Pretty Deadly against Butch and Tyler Bate. Score. Get your scores in. AJ versus... They don't want none. Don't really want none. So, AJ Styles versus LA Knight versus Randy Orton, who faces the Tribal Chief. Good pop for LA Knight still. That title is mine, says LA Knight. We just got a little advert for Smackdown is coming from France on Friday the 3rd. That's exciting. I didn't know that. Didn't know if they might not tape it. They do that sometimes when we go to Saudi. And then we've got Backlash on the Saturday. LA Knight, yeah. Bum, 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 bum. Here's Randy. Here's Randy. Justin said, is it me or has the LA Knight push come to a halt? Well, I don't know. I mean, this is a pretty big match for him to be in. I think that he's still being used. He's still being featured. The problem is that he got pushed right to the very top. He didn't win it. And I think that anything now is going to be a bit of a come down from that. I think he beats Logan for the United States title. And don't forget, he's not won a championship on this main roster yet. So for him to be the one that beats Logan, I mean, that's going to be a big... He wasn't even at WrestleMania last year. So for him to be in that match is a pretty big deal. That's not bad. I don't think anyone's expecting him to face Roman at WrestleMania or face Seth. So, you know, him going up against Logan Paul for a mid-card title, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. If that's where we're going, of course. We might not be going there, but I feel good that we are. Dubfigs, shout out to you, my friend. I've been watching since 2016. I watched the OG Tyler Bate toy hunt. Right when CM Punk clutched Tony Khan's neck and he feared for his life before they stopped to figure out what Kayla was saying. Let's go. What the hell did she say? Shout out to you, my friend. Yeah, it's funny actually because I met Tyler Bates' mom. I've told this story before. I met Tyler Bates' mom, and she turned around to Tyler, who was doing a little meet and greet thing. She was like, "Look, the toy hunt guy that did your toy hunt." He was very unimpressed. Very unimpressed, and I totally understand. This was many years ago, so he's going to have been about 20, something like that. And you know, it was a video where it was having a bit of fun. And I could imagine if I was trying to become a wrestler, I'd want people to like take me serious. So a toy hunt video where someone's having a bit of a goof around, I could imagine him being a little bit like that guy. Oh, that guy's here. Hi, Tyler. Hope you're doing well, mate. See, this is why I've got no interest in meeting the wrestlers, because I like to have fun and I like to, you know, say whatever we say on these streams. and like do whatever we do in toy hunts. And that can sometimes make it a bit awkward if you bump into wrestlers. To be honest, I don't think the wrestlers watch the channel, but you never know about like family members or friends or stuff like that. His mom has watched the toy hunt. She loved it. She thought it was hilarious. Tyler, not so much. Dan said, I met Tyler Bate. He seemed like a shy guy. Well, yeah, he didn't say much to me, to be honest. I've met him a few times, and he's never said much to me. But then part of me does wonder if we're not like best friends, you know. if we're not in a great place relationship wise. I really like him. I've got a lot of time for him. I really do wish him all the best, and we've never done anything bad or wrong. We just had a bit of fun, you know, in that toy hunt video. And you know, stuff like we said tonight, like I want him to drop the vegan thing. I want him to drop that. And like, you know, you could understand if he was to watch that, he might be a bit like, no, I like it. I've got no plans to drop it. You don't know what you're on about, blah, 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 blah. You could understand where some wrestlers might just not care about your opinion, which I totally understand. Not agree with your opinion, and as a result, not really care about what you've got to say or who you are, right? But it doesn't mean that I still don't feel the way I feel. The way I feel is that I'm not really engaged with it. I like him, but I'm not really engaged with his character, the gimmick, you know? I like him, and I wish we could get back to, like, somewhere else and, like, get back to, get away from this kind of vegan, meditation, Zen stuff, you know? But yeah, that's why I'm just not bothered about meeting like wrestlers and all that kind of stuff. Not that it would stop me from being honest on the streams, but I don't know, part of me just thinks like I don't want anything to get in the way of that. That's my number one priority. My number one priority is to watch wrestling and be honest about what we're watching, and then have honest conversations about it. And that's what you will always get from this channel. And if I was to start meeting wrestlers, and, you know, you see some of these that, like, meet wrestlers and then they want to not please them, but, like, they don't want to criticize and all that kind of stuff. And then, like, I don't know. You sort of see that from the journalists as well at the press conferences. They don't want to ask any proper questions. I think that's because they don't want to offend anyone and then get kicked out or not be allowed in next time. But I don't want to run that risk. I just want to be honest about what we're seeing. If something's rubbish, we're going to say it's rubbish. If something's good, we're going to say it's good. So, right, we are underway. Where are we with that result? Did we get 200 votes? We did. Right, so it is good 46. I'm loving the fact that we've cracked this now. As a community, we have definitely cracked this. All time. Some people genuinely voted that that was an all-time match. And 15%. James, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, dudes. Hope you're well. Dan said, I'm a huge fan of British Strong Style. Always want them to do well. Tyler Bate needed to be on his own to sort of find himself. I think he relied on Trent Seven for confidence. I think that's a really good point. Really good point. I remember in NXT UK, Tyler Bate went missing for quite a while, and I saw an interview with Trent Seven, and he said something along the lines of, he's a young man who's trying to figure out, he's at a crossroads. He's trying to figure out who he is and what he wants to be. And I think Tyler genuinely had a moment where he was thinking, is this the right path for me? And seemed to be, as you said, struggling with his confidence, his self-belief and all that kind of stuff. So he got through that. Maybe he needed Trent Seven to help him get through that, but he got through that. And he's been committed ever since and working his way forward and getting stuff done. And I agree. I think he needed to kind of go off on his own. Oh, LA Knight gets planted onto the commentary table by Randy. Randy looking as jacked as ever. He's in phenomenal shape, as is AJ. AJ gets planted on the commentary table. So this is a triple threat. There's no count-outs here. Randy grabbing LA Knight. He gets planted on the table again. Yeah. So Randy looking real good right now. He's got a smile on his face. He's having a good time. Are you ready for a good time? And now AJ reverses it. AJ reverses it. He plants Randy through the commentary table. Nick Aldis is out there. Nick Aldis has made his way out to the ringside area. He's watching on. We got 19 minutes left to go. Crowd are chanting, "This is awesome." They've given a lot of time to this, haven't they, as a main event match? They've given a lot of time. Nominal forearm coming up. Oh, Randy swipes and AJ comes crashing down on the edge of the ring. Please read. My mum thinks you're attractive. What do you think about that? I think your mum's a very good judge of attractiveness. That's what I think. I think your mum's right. Bang! Draping DDT by Randy. Kian said, "Days, I hope you are well, having a good stream." Apparently, Dolph has joined New Japan. I saw an image of him and his brother at Wrestle Kingdom. Thoughts? Well, if he's at New Japan, he could also have joined AEW because they've got a working relationship. It could just be that he's shown up at New Japan first. So we know there's a good, strong relationship between those two promotions. So really, if he goes to New Japan, I feel pretty good that he's also going to be making appearances for AEW. Because they work together and do Forbidden Door and things along those lines. And obviously Danielson was at Wrestle Kingdom. Moxley was at Wrestle Kingdom. So, yeah. He could be doing a little bit of stuff with New Japan and then ultimately find himself being added to the Wembley card, being added to a Forbidden Door. Maybe they'll do some sort of tournament that involves New Japan talent. I feel pretty good that, it wasn't a massive surprise, to be honest, because I expect him to go to AEW. And if you go to AEW, you can do New Japan. And New Japan, this is their big show for the year. Wrestle Kingdom is their WrestleMania. It just happens like a few days into the year. Weird, isn't it? Just literally a couple of days into the year is their biggest show of the year. But, yeah, I fully expect him to see him in AEW. His brother is in AEW as well. So they could do tag stuff or who knows. I saw a video which was called The Wanted Man that he did, which got a lot of praise. I watched it and I was like, what the hell is this? It's him, like, I don't know, doing some audition to be in The Walking Dead. He's like killing zombies and stuff. I'm like, what the hell's this? I mean, it's good if you want to be in a movie, but I don't know what it's got to do with wrestling. I genuinely don't know. Perhaps it's got nothing to do with wrestling, and it is actually him doing a little short film. Also, I don't know. I just saw it, and I was like, what? Literally, what the hell is this? It was shot really well. I mean, it was shot well. It looks like, really good little clip. But I have no idea what it's meant to be. I don't know if he's basing his new character on this. I mean, if he is, then he's gonna struggle to find zombies in wrestling. If that's his new gimmick, beating up zombies, you know. He needs to go back to that Miz match from a few years ago. There was loads of them there. He'd have a great time. Miz against Damian Priest. And all these zombies were around the ringside area as lumberjacks. And then after the match, they got in the ring and started just... I don't know what they were doing. Pretending to eat the Miz. It's actually a future LOL video I've got coming up. It's mental. If you've never seen it, it was only a few years ago. Mental. We just lost our mind during the pandemic. That's all that happened. We just completely lost our minds. That is a very strange moment in the history of WWE. It was to promote a game or a film. I think it was a film. That's why we did it. It still doesn't justify it. Doesn't make it okay. So, yeah. He is in New Japan, but I expect to see him in AEW in the future. Okay, AJ in the ring with LA. Bang. Nails AJ. Do you think AJ Lee comes back, said Eddie? I feel pretty good, yeah. I feel pretty good about it. She's training at the moment. We were talking earlier about you could script it so she's in for, 6 minutes, something like that. You can make it so that the bump when they get eliminated is really nothing much at all. I mean, as long as she has got the ability to jump off the edge of the ring onto the floor, that's all you need to do. That's all you need to do. You can easily get put over the top rope and then stand on the edge of the ring and then someone knocks into you and you just, jump to the outside and you're eliminated. So the idea that you're going to be chucked over the top rope, it doesn't have to go that way. And, she can just be in the ring working with someone, coming down and doing some double clotheslines. And, she actually put a Black Widow onto CM Punk on her Instagram video, and she was running the ropes. So I've already seen enough from a clip online, enough to know that she could make a Rumble appearance. She's got enough in her to do a Rumble appearance, She was running ropes and putting on certain moves and all this kind of stuff. You got to be super, super careful. I mean, her neck is made of glass. But a Rumble appearance, yeah, I wouldn't rule it out. I wouldn't rule it out. I'll be sick, man. If we get that, I'd be sick. This is a different company to the one that they walked away from. If CM Punk can come back, she can come back. But like a run, that might be a bit of a problem. Pace of this has just slowed a little bit. Did you see what I tagged you in? No. But I like being tagged in things. Kota Ibushi news coming in. Oh, it's all foreign. I don't read foreign. Don't know what foreign means. What's this? Da 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 da. Translate. It says. Oh, you can't see it. That's not what it says. Translate. For some reason, it's showing for me, but it's not showing for you on this screen. So I'll read it. It said, sorry for the late contact. No, it's not actually. Oh, it's not translating. Oh, I'll have to just read it in Japanese. Okay, so what it says is sorry for the late contact. I'm sure Mr. Noah will give you more details, but I would like to inform you that the inside of my left ankle is quite a mess. I've decided to have surgery on the right ligament. I think there will be a release soon. I'm really sorry. That's what it said. I've just read that in Japanese. So, yeah, sad news there for Kota Ibushi, who suffered an injury the other day and is just giving us a little bit of an update. Randy, ducking underneath against the ropes. Power slam to LA Knight. We've still got 11 minutes to go, We've got breakdown of Raw on Monday. So the Rock moment did 2.1 million. What was the average for Raw? Do we know? I don't know if I saw the number. BMP 1, 2. LA Knight stops the ref from counting. So AJ stops the ref from counting. LA Knight was about to win that then. Oh, he ain't gonna like that. He ain't gonna like that at all. So we've got AJ and LA Knight. What is the number for Raw? LA Knight trying to throw in a shot. Big Shikes coming back there by AJ Styles. No. I never saw the number. To be honest, I've been a little bit out the loop this week for understandable reasons. Crowd are chanting, "This is awesome." I feel like it's okay. I'd like to know who wins, but it's okay. I don't know that it's worthy of a "This is awesome" chant. Oh, that's nice, though. AJ splashing down on LA. LA kicks out, gets his shoulder up. Oh, my God. Oh, there's bloods. There's bloods. There's bloods. LA Moxley. What did he get him with? He catches him with something. There's the blood on the head of LA Knight. Must have been like a knee or something. Shots coming in there by AJ. But he's targeting it as well, which I love. He's not trying to avoid it. It's like, digging his shots in. Let's go. Let's go. Days, my mum is 49 on Monday. She's single and she's ready to mingle. To the outside goes LA. Randy drives AJ into the corner. Crowd are starting to get on their feet. Defcon said, "Future lol, Mean Gene cursed him when the SummerSlam sign fell." That's a good shout, that is. That's a good shout, buds. Oh! Phenomenal forearm! But into an RKO! 1, 2, 3. Oh! LA Knight pulls the ref out the ring. Oh my God! That should have been a 3. That should have been a 3. LA Knight gets in the ring. He's got blood coming down his face. I feel like this match was so-so. And then the moment LA Knight got busted open, we've kind of gone to a different level now. That moment was sick. And now here comes Roman. Oh, Roman, don't get involved. You might run the risk of it being a triple threat or a fatal 4-way. Let them beat themselves up. Roman, Jimmy, Solo making their way down. Nick Aldis is at ringside. If he gets involved here, he could screw himself over. And do you know what? If he does, then he deserves to have the odds stacked against him. Solo going after LA. Yeah, they are attacking. Well, he's an idiot now. He's an idiot. They were beating each other up anyway. They don't need to attack them. They were doing a pretty good job of beating it. Idiot. Idiot. It's Roman's show. It's Roman's ring. It's Roman's WWE. But why beat up a load of people that were busting each other up anyway? Randy goes into a ring step. Oh, this is going to be one of them announcements, isn't it? Fatal 4-way. Nick Aldis has already shown that he's going to stand up to Roman, you know? Well, I've got no sympathy. I've got no sympathy. He deserves everything he's about to get, says the big guy. Very true. He's only got himself to blame. Look, there's Nick Aldis watching on. As Roman powerbombs AJ. Roman going to look to deliver a Superman punch. LA Knight is on his feet. Bang, it connects. LA Knight goes down. Against the ropes. Spear to LA Knight. So this match has not concluded. There's no DQ. Randy getting chucked into the ring. Randy Orton is down. Solo is staring at Randy. Solo grabs Randy, picks him up. Nick Aldis watching on. Roman backing up into the corner. Spear to Randy. Randy goes down. Roman destroys all three of them. Well, I don't think there's going to be a winner here, to be honest, because they're not in a great place. Don't touch me! Nick Aldis said to Paul Heyman, when he's done celebrating, can you tell him congratulations? Because he's just done himself a fatal 4-way match at the Royal Rumble. Roman is in there holding up the championship. And Heyman's face is shocked. The wise man couldn't figure out that that's what was going to happen. The wise man couldn't figure out, Did no one say to Roman, listen, if you do this, hear me out. Hear me out. There's a chance that the general manager that doesn't like you, hear me out. There's a chance it's going to put you in a fatal 4-way. It's not great odds, is it, if you're going to do that to yourself? I feel like the wise man really dropped the ball there. I think the wise man, and I think that's why his face looked that way as well. How, after all this time, he hasn't got the ability to see that coming, I have got no idea. No idea. Paul, the wise man, was shocked, says Larry. Edward said, I told you it would be a fatal 4-way. Lone Star says, take care, everyone. Jenny said the wise man wasn't very wise. He should have said it on a mic. Serious Gaming, we should have had Kayla say it on a mic. That way, none of us would have known what was going on. Mitchell said, Roman screwed Roman. Yes, Roman screwed Roman. It's will not go down as the Bloodline's proudest moment. I love the bit where he got him. I love the bit where Nick Aldis tried to tell him this at first, and Heyman was like, "Don't touch me," because Aldis grabbed hold of him, and yeah, he wasn't having it. I feel like this is it's a video, innit? It is a video. Alright, let's do mute. Big news coming out of SmackDown. We were waiting to find out who Roman's opponent was going to be for the Royal Rumble. We got that answer when Roman, Solo, Jimmy made their way down to the ring and they just started attacking all three people in the triple threat. It was Randy Orton, AJ Styles, LA Knight battling to find out who was going to face Roman. Well, the bloodline came down and just took everyone out. Roman was then celebrating, and right at the very end of the show, Nick Aldis said to Paul Heyman, listen, as soon as Roman is done finishing, tell him congratulations, because he's just earned himself a fatal four-way match. So a fatal four-way at the Royal Rumble. Randy Orton versus LA Knight versus AJ Styles versus Roman Reigns for the undisputed WWE Heavyweight Championship. That will be on the line. I think expectations are that Roman will come through that. I think it'd be very disappointing for him to lose the title in a fatal four-way match. That wouldn't feel quite very satisfying because it's not really like a clean finish. He could lose the title without losing the title. And considering how long he's had this belt, I think that would be a very flat way for this title reign to end. I feel like someone's got to beat him and take it. So I can't see Roman losing at the Royal Rumble. But this is the match. It's going to be a fatal four-way. AJ Styles, Roman Reigns, Randy Orton, and LA Knight. Right, so the other thing I need to do is I need to jump over to the second channel anyway, so this is actually quite good timing. Jump over to the second channel because we need to put up our scores, don't we? We also need to record the scores from NXT. Roman Reigns Royal Rumble how do you spell opponents? Opponents. Well, that doesn't look right at all. Clearly I've forgotten how you spell the word opponents, which is pretty wild considering I've probably spelt that word more times than I care to remember. Oh no, I have spelt it right. Opponents. And lovely. So once I've done uploading this video, then I will get the poll up on that second channel so that you can vote. We do the voting over there, as I've said, because if we do it on this channel, it'll just clutter up this channel a little bit. I like to try and keep it away. So definitely want to not do it on this channel, so we do it over there. Randy Orton versus LA Knights, main evented WWE Smackdown. Yeah. Okay. You can put your scores in, and also, oh god, there's so much we have to do. There's so much admin. I need to get your thoughts on the scores for the main event match as well. So that video is up. The poll is in the process. What did you score WWE Smackdown? So was it 5 all time? Was it 4 great? Was it 3 good? Was it 2 okay? Or was it 1 bad? Okay, that is up now. So you can go over there and you can vote on that. Here is the second channel. So there's the poll that's just gone up. The other thing we can do is we can add to the poll the previous score for NXT from Tuesday. So you lot voted it good 54%. That was what it came through as. So I need to try and bring up the scores so that we can see where that ranks. So 54, 83, 91, 90. So it's pretty low, actually. It's pretty low. All things considered for NXT. NXT scores have come in and they're down here. So it was the... What was the date of it? It was the 2nd. 24 came through as good 90% in the end. So it's all the way down there. Which is a little bit low. But that's all right. I mean, the show was okay. It was okay. But we have definitely seen better. So you can vote on SmackDown as to what you think about this week's show. You just go to Wrestling Days Clips and then click on the community tab. Many of you will know where to go. We got over 300 votes for NXT on Tuesday. We had over 400 votes for Raw on Monday. So many of you know where you are heading on that one. Let me come back over to this channel. I'll put the poll up for that last match and see what people are saying as we look to wind things down. So if I go into here, go into here, go into here and here. Scores. Don't we score the last one, said Danny. We do, but that's what we're doing now. So what did you score that last match? To be honest, I've just written them down. I haven't had a chance to be like adding them. What I'll do is I will add them. What I'll do is I'll add them, and then on Sunday we'll take a look at them and see where all the matches from this year have ranked. So normally I like to try and do it as we're going along, but to be honest, there's so much that's happening, there's so much going on that maybe it's not always going to be possible to do it that way. But I've been writing them down, so I've got all the scores here, so it's going to be no problem to add that to the list. So we've look at what we've done there in the space of like 8 minutes. We've uploaded a video onto the second channel talking about who Roman's going to face at the Rumble. We've added a poll to that second channel so that you can vote for what you think about SmackDown. You can also go back and look at all the previous results for the other shows recently. And we've added a poll so that you can vote for the main event. And now we're going to jump in and get your thoughts. Edward said, I'm off to bed. I hope you have a good night. See you on Sunday. And shout out to your family and Kia. Edward, shout out to you as well, buds. See you on Sunday. Hopefully I'm back 100. Big Time said, what did you score NXT New Year's Evil? The show managed to pull in 768, and that's without main roster names. I don't think I did score it, to be honest. I don't think I did. Off the top of my head, I genuinely don't know. I don't remember it being a show that I was like crazy about. I remember I remember the second part of the show struggling health-wise. Like, Raw was okay, but for some reason, the second hour of NXT, I remember thinking, like, my voice has gone. My voice is gone. Like, getting through this stream is now going to be an issue. So that was maybe a bit too much of a distraction for me. But I think the fact they changed the Ilya match to like a Grayson Waller match, and that was a bit of a disappointment. It was fine. It was watchable, but it ain't come out as a good score from the community. The community have scored it the second lowest show that we've watched so far since we've been scoring. So not a great read, if you will. And I don't know, I kind of felt the same, to be honest. I felt like it was acceptable, but a definite step down from Raw. I'll be interested to see what people think about tonight's SmackDown. I thought tonight had a fair bit to it. It was good seeing Roman laughing about The Rock right at the start of the show. Heyman was asked about it, and he said, like, you know, he's talking about being the head of the table where you've got to be invited to the meal, kind of a thing. Very dismissive. Like, that was interesting. We obviously got Authors of Pain. That was fun. We got Tyler Bates. That was fun. Main event match, I think, was probably the best match out of all of them. So that was cool. We had a fair few people announcing that they were going to be in the Rumble. But I don't know if there was anything like really mind-blowing tonight, you know. It's always good to see Roman. We don't see Roman that often, so it's always good to see Roman. But yeah, I don't know. It felt like fine episodes, but I don't know that it was a mind-blowing episode. I suppose, for like, if you think Logan was on the show, Roman was on the show, Randy was on. If you think about the amount of star power that was on the show, it's pretty good. But it's all well and good having stars. You got to really, you know, do some good stuff with them. And I think this was passable. I think it was fine. I think it was serviceable. I was not bored for a second. But I don't know that it reached the dizzy heights that we were hoping for. Like, if this was better than a normal SmackDown, it was probably only just better. And that's even if it was better than a normal SmackDown. Because don't forget, this was like New Year's Revolution, so this was meant to be, you know, that. And I don't know that we got that. So I'll be very interested to see what people's scores were for this one. Ismail said, did you see how there was no crowd reaction for AJ? It's disgusting. I think the crowd might be a bit confused, to be honest. Plus also, AJ's been cold for quite a while. So I sort of feel like AJ had a run like 16, 17. And then really, it's just been cold for years and years and years. I mean, in a tag team with Omos, that was cold. The OC stuff has been cold. I mean, really, the last great thing I remember him doing was the Boneyard match. And even that was kind of on its own. I mean, I can't even remember what he was doing in like 2019. Did he beat Jinder that year? I think that was a little earlier, was it not? Wasn't that 2017? It's just been a bit rubbish for a long time. And now he's kind of come back and he attacked LA Knight. And so the crowd are a bit like, is he heel? Is he not heel? I just think the crowd are really confused. I don't think it's a reflection of their respect for him. I just think he's been cold for a while and they don't quite know how to feel about him right now. But I feel confident that we can get him to wherever we need him, whatever we're doing with him, we can get him there by WrestleMania. You know, because is he with the OC anymore? I don't think he is. Is he face? Is he heel? He's kind of in between. Are we meant to boo him? Are we meant to cheer him? It's a bit messy, to be honest. It's a bit messy. I feel like it's going to take a little while to kind of flesh his, whatever this is, out, this character. Daniela said, what did you think of Ashanti? Oh, I love that. Yeah, that was great. He said he's hungry for opportunity. Aldis said he's got ideas. I'm looking forward to seeing what's next. I am as well, actually. I mean, those ideas might not be titles. It might be, here's a tag partner. I'm going to put you in the tag division. Could be that. It could be, I've got a couple of, like, opponents for you. Let's see where you are, like, you know, and give him, like, a couple of easy opponents. And then, like, you know, maybe he starts with a jobber. And then he goes up against, like, a Cedric Alexander, someone that doesn't get on TV much. And then just works his way, or Apollo Crews or whoever, right? And then works his way up the ladder, and we see kind of where he gets to. Like, that could be interesting. So I don't know that it's like, here's a number one contenders match for the United States Championship or anything like that. It could be, let's put you in with this tag team, or let's put you with this guy and make a tag team, or let's start you at the bottom and let's see how far you get. That'd be good, though. I'd love that story. That'd be a good story. I'm going to give you a match. Let's see if you can get past, you know, Diamond Dashington, some jobber. And then, like, he does, and then the next week we give him a slightly harder challenge, and then a slightly harder challenge, and a slightly harder, and he keeps beating these people until he gets to, you know, a certain level where he's done, he maxes out, he loses, and we go, okay, so if this is where you are, then what's going to get you to that next level? That could be really interesting, because that would just eat up lots of weeks, you know? You're using him every week, and every week you're waiting to see, is this the week he loses? And eventually he will, but that would be quite interesting, I think. And then once we know what level is at, Nick Aldis can be like, right, what is it? You know, why did you lose? What is it that you need? And I'd be interested for him to, like, you know, I'd love to hear that conversation of like, well, I think I lost because I just need to work on, like, my aerial skills. I think if I had a bit more in the air, okay, well, let's leave that with me. And later in the show, then he brings in Ricochet and puts him with Ricochet in a tag team for a few weeks so he can learn some aerial skills. And that'd be really interesting. That would be brilliant. That way we're on a journey with him and we're watching him learn and grow. And I think that could be quite cool. I'd be into that more than, like, here's a match for the US number one contenders. If you win, brilliant. If you don't, then good luck. Here's catering. So yeah, I did, and I'm excited. Big Time said, how do we discuss and divulge the AEW product and what their booking week to week is with the interesting wrestlers without a stream? There's no guarantee you're going to keep up with it. To be honest, I don't know that we do anymore. I don't know that we do. My interest in AEW is pretty much run out. I'm interested in certain aspects of it, but I don't know, like the endless kind of conversations of like, what's Tony doing, is an idiot, all that stuff. Not interested in that. I'm bored of that. It's boring to me. Like, looking at their numbers is, you know, interesting, but they've been going sideways for so long that even that's boring now. Every week it's like 850. This week was 801. So it dropped by about, what, 50,000? That's less than 10%. I mean, like, 10% would be 80,000, so I can't do the maths as to know what percentage 50,000 is of 850,000, but whatever. It dropped by 7%, 6%, whatever, right? And as we said, like, they could get Mercedes and it could go right back up again. Or they're building towards Sting's retirement, so it can go right back to that 850 again. It's just been going sideways for so long that it's just... I don't really feel like I'm learning anything now. I'm not really learning it. There's not really much to analyze. Maybe if it gets spicy, you know? Maybe if all of a sudden we hit the 1 million, or they bring Mercedes in and it does 1 million, then, okay, then we can have a conversation. And everyone will be talking about it then. Or maybe they bring Mercedes in and it goes to 700,000. Or 750, it drops 100,000. Drops over 10%. Then I feel like there's a conversation. But this sideways movement, it's just really bitty, innit? It's just really like, I don't know. Feel like we've said everything there is to be said. They need something to catch fire. They need a storyline that's going to really like make those numbers move. It needs to be something big, something like the Devil story, but even bigger, that grabs even more attention. And I don't know where that's coming from, to be honest. I've not seen any evidence of that, so my belief is that it's just going to keep moving sideways until Mercedes comes in. And then maybe we do see a spike, but we know when there's a spike, it will just go back down again, you know? So, I don't know, I just find the conversation a bit dull. It's just a bit boring. Nothing's happening. There's not really much to talk about or analyse. It is brilliant that there's a company there that we get to watch them try different things and see what the results are. But when you've watched them try lots of stuff and the result is just the same result again and again and again and again and again and again and again, you kind of go, okay, I've got this now. I understand. They've got a fan base that's about 800, 850. And that's probably going to stay that way for a while. Maybe it'll start declining unless they do something, and so we can keep an eye on that. But until we get like a good few weeks data, we're, you know, it dropping down to 801, it's nothing. Doesn't mean anything, because next week it could go right back to 840. So the 801 won't mean anything. It needs like sustained weeks of results. You need to see the pattern. You need to see that decline over like a longer period of time. So I don't know, when interesting stuff happens, it will get brought up because everyone will want to talk about it. But whilst it's not really doing much and just moving sideways, it's just a bit dull, to be honest. I've tagged you in a few posts showing how some of the insane weird stuff Ibushi has done in his life. Can you have a look? They are incredibly funny, says Jay. Okay. Is this it? When arriving for the first Cruiserweight Classic, he got lost. 15 minutes landed in Florida. Took an hour to find out where he had wandered off to. He gave a high five to Vince without having any idea. I heard that one before. Without knowing who Vince was or what Vince looked like. I have heard that. After being told he'd been banned by one of the biggest arenas in Japan for jumping off the balcony, he decided to moonsault off the balcony and face a lifetime ban until New Japan convinced them to reduce it to 1 year. There was a scandal where Japanese tabloids caught him with a prostitute. Not heard this. When asked about it, he shrugged and said he had fun. He would regularly practice landing on his neck from the top rope in DDT to make it stronger. He said he hates reading books because they force images into his brain. Oh, that's good. He turned down his first New Japan contract to wrestle in front of 30 people in the Keiju Big Battle. In the real world, Ibushi is apparently the heir to a multi-million-dollar family. He doesn't care about money or status. He just does whatever he thinks is fun. He has no hobbies. He doesn't understand why people have them. He doesn't understand golf, and fishing makes him angry. He enjoys reading. Ibushi said he tried to get into reading, but it annoys him. We read that bit. He was 37 when he said this, so the math isn't correct unless he plans on wrestling as a corpse for 10 years. Kota believes he'll live to 150. Ibushi has got high blood pressure, so he gets lightly salted crisps, but they aren't salty enough, so he puts salt on them. This reminds me a lot of, you know those Chuck Norris ones? Where they talk about how, like, hard Chuck Norris is. This is just, like, the random equivalent of that, isn't it? With Kota Ibushi. I'd love for this to catch on. It's the salt. I put salt on everything. Not enough flavour. I get lightly salted crisps and I put salt on them. So why buy lightly salted? They aren't salty enough. You know they sell regular salted. I put salt on them too. So basically, he buys crisps and just adds extra salt, regardless of the level of saltiness. If they're lightly salted, he'll salt them. If they're salted, he'll salt them. Can you get, like, heavily salted? What if he'd salt them? Well, loaded poor goat onto a cart and pushed him down a flight of stairs. Luckily, he bailed and avoided injury. He proclaimed himself God, not as in the pro wrestling God, but as in God. He moonsaulted into a mountain stream with less than a foot of water and a ton of rocks. He moonsaulted from the top of a car into a dirty London street, which might have been more dangerous. I saw him do something with fireworks once in London. Didn't he, like, set a load of fireworks off on top of a car and they, like, went crazy? And they were, like, shooting all up this alleyway. He is a pretty fun cat, man. What I'll do is I'll retweet that first one, but so that people can read it of their own leisure. And if you want to read parts 2 and 3, I'll repost them as well. I've retweeted them all. Right. Where are we? I need to go because I need to do... I'm going to try and do an unseen video. But I'm not sure what's going to be in it. There's talking points. We'll see what there is. My voice feels all right, actually. At the end of NXT, I was like, oh my God, I'll never be able to talk again. Here, I feel like I could go another hour if I needed to. And it's coming up to 4.5 hours. So that's a really good sign. That suggests good things are happening. That suggests good things are happening. Suggests improvement is on the way. So a good rest tomorrow of my voice and I should be back on Sunday. Backstreet's back, baby. Okay, so I've got the I've written down the scores. Jim said, I think the quality of a show should mean more than the ratings. That's true, but we know the ratings. I mean, the whole point of the ratings conversation is because, like, a show could be amazing, but if the ratings are going to be of a certain point, then the show may not get another TV deal, or it might end up getting a lower TV deal. So the show quality is not... You can't judge a show quality by the ratings. That is true, but you can sort of predict if a show is going to be renewed by its ratings. So I think the reason people look at ratings is because we know that they want to be, you know, as big as they can, and they keep trying lots of different things and the ratings just don't move. So even though the shows may be of a really good quality and people really enjoy them, you know, we know that the reason they are doing it is because they want the ratings to budge. And I suppose the interesting thing is, what is going to do it? That's the question. That's the $1 million question. Even Tony doesn't know that, because if he knew it, he'd do it. So, you know, everyone's got their own thoughts as to what it would be that would do it, what will do it, what will move those ratings, what will get them closer to WWE, what will secure that TV deal, what will, you know, make any talk about their future that might be in doubt, like what will make that go away. So that's why the rating conversation is quite interesting. I mean, that I suppose is less subjective, isn't it? When it comes to a show's quality, that's going to be a lot more subjective, and I'd imagine we'll have people on a scale. Some people will absolutely love the shows and some people will absolutely hate the shows, and I think you'll always have that. But when it comes to the ratings, that's not subjective, because, you know, it's going to be up or down on the week before, innit? Factually. So you can actually deal in some numbers. So I think that's why people enjoy it. What did you rate the show tonight? Probably about a 7, something like that. I thought it was good. I mean, for me, average is 6. So, 6, 6.25, 6.5. That would be the average show. I think this was probably just a bit better than that, about a 7. But I don't know that there was much here that was mind-blowing or, it needs to be something really special to get to an 8. We don't give 8s out often at all. So for this show, had some big names. Now we had the Authors of Pain. We got Tyler Bate. I like the Ashanti segment. There was a few questions about The Rock. Blah, 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 blah. But for me, it probably settles at about 7, yeah. Listen, I could sit and talk forever. Well, I couldn't. My voice would give up. But I do need to go. We've stuck around half an hour after, and I really appreciate the support. So we will be back on Sunday. I don't know if I'm going to do the Unseen tonight, actually, thinking about it, because there's not a show tomorrow, not a stream. I might just save the Unseen for tomorrow and get even more reaction to things, I think I might do that. Rather than racing to get it out tonight, I might save my voice, let it rest, and do it tomorrow. That might make more sense. I'll have a look. I'll see what's out there. If there's some stuff we need to talk about, which I don't think there is, but if there is some stuff like, oh my God, we need to talk about this, then I will put the video out tonight. But I think I'm leaning more towards there's probably nothing essential. So we'll do it tomorrow. So thanks for joining us. Appreciate the support as always. We'll be back in a couple of days' time on Sunday for the Sunday stream. But there'll be something on the channel tomorrow as well. So have a good evening. Have a good weekend. Bye for now.